Hello, welcome to the Red Death Mask stream. Oh, hold on a second. Forgot to put my teeth in. Here we are. Welcome. See my beautiful smile. We are here today for the Red Death Mask stream. We are reading creepy pastas as we always do, or spooky stories. We're doing 3 different stories today. One is from an author we've read before, Pitiful Scream 97, and this story's actually got some traction on the CreepCast subreddit. So you're one of those people who's bummed out that you feel like your story hasn't gotten enough traction or as much traction as you would like. Well, this one's doing pretty good on the subreddit. I think it's at the top pinned on the bar, but it's got 111 upvotes, 36 comments. I read on my stream. I forget exactly the name of the story, but it was a zombie type of story. I wish I could remember the name. Sorry, I don't. Here we can see what else his posts are for the name of the last story. Yeah, 1,000 morning people. Okay. So there it is. So yeah, we're gonna be reading the new post from him, or their new story, and then I also have a couple new. So from Fancy Phoenix YouTube, I worked at a number station, and I'll never be the same. Interesting title. And yeah, I wasn't quite sure what a number station is, but I was very intrigued. And then also, what I kind of do is I read the comments, but I don't read the stories ahead of time when I stream, so that way I'm, reading it for the first time, just like you all. And then also, yeah, I kind of skimmed through the top, and it just had an interesting kind of beginning that made me wanna read more. And it's a two-parter. And then next we have TJ Schultz 61 with I shouldn't have recorded this therapy session. Both seem like interesting tales of somebody at work, somebody, doing their job, whether it's a therapist or working at a number station. And yeah, and so I thought these two stories kind of fit in a good theme, and they both were at the time were two-parter stories. So I figure we'll just give them a read and check them out. And yeah, they're all relatively new. 4 days ago. Okay, I think they're both about the same amount of time. Which, that happens when I'm going through the subreddit. I tend to find stories posted in close proximity to each other. But then this I sleep with my window closed now from Pitiful Scream. This has been one. It's a little bit older, and yeah, I said I would read it, and I've been wanting to read it for a while now, and so finally got some time. So yeah, let's get into it here. Let's get a little mood music going. I'm gonna get. Let's hold on. Be right back. Go perfect. And then, because all these other ones are multiple parts, I think I will start with I sleep with my window closed now. Um, Just sending out some live notifications. But yeah, so I'm stoked. Trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to say that I've seen on the subreddit recently that I wanted to comment on. Um, Pull it up real quick and see what we got floating around. Oh yeah, the ocean's much deeper. Yeah, I really like that story. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I wanted to say. That just reminded me. Patreon so far, going the CreepCast Patreon, my opinion, totally worth the $5 a month. It Yes, they've read, like, it was called The Blackout, and I don't know if it was a fan story or if it was just a popular classic creepypasta. They had a bit of a crash out over that story, and that episode was fine. It was kind of short. It wasn't like amazing as far as a creepcast episode goes, but it was fine. It was fun. Um, However, their second like full post that they've done, where they're just chatting, I had a blast. I listened to that one, I think, multiple times when it first came out, and it was just kind of them riffing and talking about Stand By Me and talking about, what Isaiah would do if he found a dead body, and Hunter kind of put him in this they called it like a D&D style, cuz Hunter was kind of the story master, and it was almost like the way that an improv comedy scene works. And like, if you're taking an acting class, and I've taken, acting classes in high school, as well as I've done some like intro improv classes just on my own as an adult. And it's kind of because, like, you're in the scene with the partner, and yes, Isaiah wasn't, in with a partner. He was just kind of by himself, but Hunter was, the dungeon master, or the improv, the teacher of the class. And he was the one who was like, playing all the other characters, but also just kept throwing Isaiah curveballs the whole time. And although, for the most part, in like a comedy duo, which Creepcast certainly is, there is usually a straight man and like a wackadoo one. And although Hunter usually is the wacky one, those roles sometimes switch. They're not like set in stone. But I thought it was a super funny, fun thing for like to watch Isaiah and Hunter do. And as somebody who likes like acting and improv, it was just awesome to watch, and I wanted to play that game. I was like, I want to play the Stand By Me improv game where there's one person who's kind of creating the story, and you have to somebody else has to come and find the dead body, and hijinks ensue. But it was super, in my opinion, just very funny and very worth it, and just worth it for them to be able to take their time and not be like, well, we have to get back to the story to read. You know what I mean? Like, that to me made it made it worth it. I was like, already right now the $5 a month are worth it. So I am just putting out there now that I would like to see more of this. this sort of thing. Like, I would like to see them take other horror movie premises or other spooky premises and just kind of play them through, whether that means Isaiah's in charge or whether that means Hunter's in charge of where the story goes, whether that means Isaiah's in charge, you know. Um, and I don't think they need to be like, boom, start, let's play this game from the beginning of the episode. I think they can, you know, kind of come to it naturally, but I want to see more of that. And, you know, Hunter obviously very funny, and it's funny because he has really good like improv skills when you watch him. Like, he definitely knows how to like say yes and how to like keep the story moving forward and all that stuff. But the thing that, like, because I've heard Hunter in like Stretch and Fade and other podcasts and stuff, but then there's like sometimes he just doesn't want to do it, which can be funny too. And so I feel like with Hunter in particular, you gotta like, you can't force it, you know. He can't be forced into just like, okay, I'm gonna do this scene every, you know, few weeks or whatever. It's like it's gotta be his idea. They gotta come to it on their own. But when it works, it works. And it was a super hilarious Patreon episode. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, my opinion, Patreon's totally worth it. If only for that episode, and I'm just excited to see what comes next out of the Patreon. CreepCast, you know, continuing as usual is great, and you know, I look forward to the regular episodes just as much as anybody, but I'm also really looking forward to seeing what else comes out of it, because I think that you know, Isaiah and Hunter are both just very creative guys, so I would like to see, like, you know, what stories they could like make up on the spot, for instance. Like, if they were both kind of playing that game again in the future, could they come up with something? It'll probably be funny, but, you know, something really interesting as well. Because, yeah, a lot of, like, I've said it before in the Discord and stuff, but a lot of great ideas, you know, they're not just a solitary person sitting at alone at home and trying to write and think of them. They come from bouncing ideas off of other people, and, you know, telling a ghost story or something like that. And then, like, sometimes these ideas, because when you're under pressure like that, you know, sometimes you can move past a lot of the hurdles that otherwise might get you, uh, keep you from writing a story, because you're like, I don't know if that thing's cool enough, or I don't know if this idea really works. But when you're just kind of having to make it up on the spot, some really cool stuff can happen. And I loved Hunter's whole like, oh, the dead body is their teacher, and they're friends with the 40-year-old man, but he's a necromancer, and they've got a gem, and they're reading Latin and all this. Like, it was just super funny, and it actually ended up being kind of interesting. Like, their 40-year-old man friend, the boys in the woods that were like surrounding Isaiah in the D&D game, they were like, he's our friend, you know, blah blah blah. And then turns out Hunter's like, no, his life force was connected to the dead body because they were trying to raise it for the dead from the dead. So now that you've killed the zombie, you've also killed him. And he actually wasn't a 40-year-old man. He was actually only 14, but he was giving his life force over to bring people back from the dead. So that's why he looks so old. And I was like, wow, that's actually a pretty cool concept for just shit that you're making up on the spot for a Stand By Me role playing game. You know what I mean? That's actually kind of dope. I like that. And so yeah, it was really fun. It was definitely worth it. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to. Sorry, I just wanted to kind of ramble a little bit about about the CreepCast Patreon. And now I'm just gonna, I should have done this earlier, but I'm just gonna double check the audio real quick and then we'll get into reading the stories. What's up, chat? What up? How we doing? Pitiful Scream, let's go. Yes. Sounds good. Sounds good, Keith. Peace out. Okay. Well, it sounds good. I try to check it in my other set of headphones. Oh well, no big deal. Let's get into the story. But yeah, subscribe to CreepCast Patreon. It's definitely worth it. I sleep with my window closed now. Dun dun dun. I don't know if he makes the artwork for his stories, but or like, you know, how this is done. But I do think it's worth mentioning. It helps to have a picture to go with your stories. It seems like it gets just more clicks. So if you can even add, you know, just anything small with your story, it seems to help it better on the site or just on the subreddit, you know. And so far, both of his stories, the pictures that come with them. I mean, this one's definitely creepy, but the other one was cool too. I remember the 1,000 Morning People. It almost kind of reminded me of the what's it called? The volcano that exploded. Fuck, I'm tired if I can't remember this. Pompeii. There we go. Fucking A. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it reminded me of the people from Pompeii that are like, you know, that are whatever covered in ash and dead, you know, those things, like very creepy, so very cool. I sleep with my window closed now by Pitiful Scream 97. I sleep with my window closed now. Not out of habit, out of fear. There are monsters in the world, real ones, serial killers, rapists, and the kind of things we can name and lock up. Here goes rape. The kinds of things we can name and lock up. But the supernatural? That's different. It's older, quieter, easier to keep secret. It hides in the cracks we pretend aren't there, just outside the corner of your eye. Or curled up inside a dream you'll never remember. Ghosts, demons, vampires. We treat them like stories. But I don't think they ever were. I've never really been a skeptic. I was raised to keep an open mind about people, the world, and everything in between. Still, the supernatural was always just a bit of fun to me. I had a good job for a couple of years. Boring. No passion involved, but the money was nice. I had a beautiful fiance too. Her name is Michelle. This journey of life is a funny thing. It has a strange way of not spoiling you. Like if too many good things happen, the universe needs to correct this imbalance. Joy as a debt to be paid. I like that. Michelle had complained about her car making odd noises for a couple of weeks, and she kept insisting she'd get it fixed eventually. One night, my debt was paid in full. 3 years ago, she was driving home to me. We we just had an argument over the phone, nothing serious. As she was driving at a high speed on the motorway, her car had a her car had a wheel bearing failure. The report said she tried to brake, she lost control, hit a tree, and she died. They said it happened so fast, she didn't feel a thing. They said she likely didn't experience any fear, as if that was supposed to comfort me. The irony is that Michelle lost both her parents in a car crash around 7 years prior. She was in the back seat, but by some miracle she made it out with just a broken collarbone. I wouldn't really call it lucky. This is a tragedy that had come back. This is the tragedy that had come back to claim her, the one that got away. Her family came from Ireland, and she had no relatives in the country, no grandparents, no aunts or uncles, even came to the funeral. It was just me, my family, and some of her close friends. She was loved. I hope she knew that. Her absent family meant that I had to identify her body. I'll never forget that day for as long as I lived. Walking into the icy, sterile room was the most painful experience of my life. I've had tragedy before. My father passed when I was very young, cancer, but nothing could compare to the biblical levels of agony I felt that day. Grief, real grief. It isn't just a feeling. It's an affliction. The way it manifests is physical. You feel it in every pulsing throb. Your body mechanically churns it through your system. It radiates from you, infecting others. You feel it in the nerves, deep, inescapable. No refuge to be found in booze or medication. Feeds and grows until it cannot be contained in the flesh any longer. Then it manifests outside of your suffering in one way or another. It changes you. I entered the room with the coroner's hand on my shoulder. I didn't know what to expect. I just wanted to see her face one last time. Under a sickly white light on a cold steel table, impressive in its shine, lay a pale blue sheet draped over the figure of a woman, my woman, the love of my life. Are you ready, Paul? The coroner's low voice, raspy breath. The coroner's voice, a low, raspy breath. His face sagged and stiff by years of death and mourning. I need to see her, I cried. I need to see my wife. My breath shallow and weak. I wasn't ready. The sheet was ripped back, violently revealing what my beautiful Michelle had become. Her jaw smashed open, her eyes absent, yet demanding my gaze. My fiancée, limbs twisted and deformed. Well, is she your wife or is she your fiancée? I guess maybe he just, because of the emotion of the situation, he's like, let me see my wife. But maybe they were just fiancé. But so far I like this. It's got a similar heavy tone to the last story from Pitiful Scream, which I don't know if Pitiful Scream is here in the chat. I'm not 100% sure, but so far, I guess, from what I can tell, is this is setting up maybe like a sort of a grief monster, or maybe this is gonna be like a monkey paw wish where he wants to have his wife back. That's just kind of where I'm speculating the story's gonna go, but we'll see. It could totally take a left turn, and but I'm thinking the themes that they're setting up, it's got to be grief related, right? And there's one thing. So it's just kind of brief up here, but it's like I've never really been a skeptic. I was raised to keep an open mind about people, the world, and everything in between. Still, the supernatural was always just a bit of fun to me. So obviously it's setting up that, well, it's not fun now. But I was kind of thrown a little bit. I realized that the author's just like setting up, information about our narrator and kind of the mindset that they have. But I was kind of expecting there to just be like another line here about like still the supernatural was always just a bit of fun to me. Like I was so naive, or just something a little bit more to where we were like clear that it's like, oh, this is why they're telling me about the supernatural stuff. Because obviously something supernatural is going to come in the story, but yeah, I don't know. But there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. I can't explain it. Like, I just felt a little bit of like I don't know, like a little disjointed feeling there, a little bit of a disconnect of like that he says he's talking about the supernatural, and then in the next line it's like I had a good job for a couple of years. Yeah, and there's like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. You're at the beginning of the story. You're dripping out information. A lot of stories do that where they're like, this is what I did for work, and then this is how I met my significant other. That's at the beginning of a lot of stories, so it works, and it works well. I don't even want to play it down like that. It was more just that I was like, we're talking about the supernatural, and then it was in the very next line, it was I had a good job for a couple of years, and just to me it seemed a little weird, but it's fine. But anyways, let's keep reading. I wasn't ready. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, the coroner may ask, are you ready? And it might be like, well, you have to do it. But it's like, no one's ever ready. And I'm surprised, maybe it's just the story and they're trying to, it's trying to show that body horror. But I'm surprised they're even doing this if her jaw is smashed open. Like, to me, this just seems cruel. You know what I mean? It's like, you really, I guess the family's probably like, no, I need to see the body. I need to see, what happened to the love of my life. But I'm also just kind of like, damn, they showed her like completely jaw ripped out. Like, it's just fucked up. You're like, god damn. Her eyes absent, yet demanding my gaze. My fiance. Limbs twisted and deformed. Gore engulfed what was once pure and angelic. Her wet black hair, now a mess of tendrils and cobwebs. She looked inhuman. The sight of her seared into my brain like an infection. No one to blame except myself. If I had pushed her a bit more, maybe she would have gotten it fixed and we'd be married by now. Maybe we'd have the kids we always talked about. Such a simple thing. That's not such a simple thing. That's not how things went. I've since learned there's nothing much to gain from thinking about what could have been, regardless of the pathetic piece of comfort that fantasy brings to me. She's gone. I have to accept that. After Michelle died, I completely unraveled. My job didn't last long after she passed. We were together for 9 years, and for those 9 years, we were joint at the joint. I think it means joined. Isn't that the phrase? Not jointed, because joint is joints, you know. But maybe I'm wrong about that. We were joined at the hip. Soulmates, in the truest sense of the word. My twin flame. Hey, what's up, Swag'em? Yeah, no, I'm sure this story is very good. I really liked a thousand morning people, and I'm noticing that it seems like in a thousand morning people, the same way that was your loved ones coming back from the dead as like zombies, but they're still like calling to you and stuff like that. I'm sensing a similar theme to this one, that, maybe our narrator's gonna bring her back with his grief, or with his with his, like, maybe he's not going to be handling his grief well, and that's going to kind of cause her to come back. But I am guessing she's going to come back in some way, whether that's as a zombie or a spirit or whatever. Let's see. I don't have anyone in my life anymore. I've become a shut-in. Even just the sight of other people sends nauseating waves through my body, a sickening pulse compelling me to retreat from human interaction. I neglected those relationships, and they were right to abandon me. I don't blame them. They tried to pull me out of this pit I've dug for myself. They have lives to live, and I have nothing to offer anyone anymore. I just bide my time until I can see her again. I live with my mother now. She's been amazing. I don't see her much, though. As a retired woman, she travels a lot with my stepdad. I think they're in Italy right now. I sleep in a tiny box room on the second floor, just enough space for a single bed pushed up against the radiator, and a small locker for some clothes. Just above the bed, the window. Outside my window is the front garden. 20 feet from the house is the road. 20 feet from the house is the road. Across from that, a row of houses identical to mine. The road below is warm, soaked in a haze of orange streetlights, illuminating the way for the occasional passing stray. Just over a month ago, I was laying on my bed, room nice and cool, bathing in the depressive light from my phone. Something loud passed by my window. It was the sound of a car, except something was wrong. It sounded like it was dying. Deep mechanical groan. I looked out my window. Nothing. I shrugged and passed it off as a neighbor just driving by. Then I heard it again, and again, again. Every so often, an hour, 20 minutes, I kept hearing it night after night. I tried to catch a peek, but when I looked, it was just my plain old empty street. No car. Yeah, I agree, rude dude. The second floor is nice because like you'll hear stuff out the second floor, but the fact that you hear it, like, I don't know, so clearly, like I feel like if this person constantly heard cars, they would mention that. But I think that, yeah, the second floor up is a way of uh you know hinting that it's supernatural. Also, it's mentioned that the fiance or wife had car trouble, and it says that this sounds like a dying car, or something sounds off about the car. So I'm guessing, clearly, like, it's her car, or she she's coming back, and at first it manifests in just the noises of the car, and then slowly it's gonna more crystallized or more real. Yeah, it could be Jeff the Killer with the step ladder, though, too. That's true. Very, very true. You can never count Jeff the Killer out. He's always in the bushes somewhere. You never know. Also, what I like about this, that the story hasn't even necessarily said, but it's like, every so often it happens, an hour apart or whatever, but it's one of those sounds, and we've all had this where it's like something happened, or we heard something that was like just outside of your window, but of course when you look out the window, nothing's there. And so we've all had that in some form or another, or you're like, I hear it all the time, but then when I go outside or when I look out my window, it never do I see anything. And that's, I mean, I'm sure there's a logical explanation for a lot of it, but that is the most, like, common, realistic, supernatural type thing that everyone, I feel like, experiences. Whether it's just a noise in your house and you're like, what the fuck, no one else is home. you know I never This noise sounded super, like, it sounded like a door shutting. And yeah, it's creepy, and you never know what it is. Maybe it is something supernatural, we don't know, but that's kind of my point, is that it's very effective. Like, even right now, a lot of times early in the morning, like this, I'm not home alone. Today I am home alone. So right now it's already feeling a little creepier. Now if I hear noises and stuff, there's neighbors that live in the basement underneath us. I have neighbors that live on my property. So, I think I'll be able to rationalize it, but it adds a layer of creepiness. Just the idea of this sound outside is something that's very, so relatable across languages, across the world. People in China, or Russia, who I would think I have very little in common with, can all relate to this feeling of, like, I heard something just outside my window. I heard it right outside my house, but then when I went to look, when I went to check, nothing was there. It's so common. I love it. Yeah, stepladder is in every serial killer's, kit. It's in every the stepladder. This stepladder and the what's it called? The, like, straight beam flashlight, so you can shine it up on your face. It can't be a phone. A phone isn't as scary, but you just get a giant heavy flashlight, and you can use it as a weapon, but it also looks spooky. I keep hearing it night after night. I tried to catch a peek, but when I looked, it was just my plain old empty street, no car. Hearing this sound sent me spiraling into a brutal frustration. Visceral attack of emotions I couldn't control, like I was trapped in some machine, completely at the mercy of whatever mental torture was destined for me, self-inflicted or otherwise. I couldn't stop seeing her face. Not how she looked in life, but in death. The morgue, crushed, twisted, a mask of pain where beauty used to live, a face that screamed with no sound. That's not how I wanted to remember her. The walls of my room are covered with her pictures. Her eyes follow me. She watches me sleep. Following the strange sounds of a damaged car that didn't seem to exist, I kept having these dreams. Horrible, vivid dreams. The kind that trick your brain into believing they're real. I'd be shopping, then look down and see the store tiles fall away from me as I sway from a rope tied tightly around my neck. Dreams of falling, burning, drowning, dying. The worst ones were of her. In dreams, I'd see her standing on the edge of total darkness, close enough to know it's her, but shrouded in enough deep shadow that I couldn't make out any of the horrific details. She extended her arms and reached for me, I think it should say. There might be a little typo there. Extended her arms and reached for me, but I, as always, had to look away. I prayed and prayed I could fall asleep and just dream of her. Before, I prayed and prayed I could fall asleep and just dream of her. Before. Instead, my nightly routine was to be tortured by visions of her death, visions of what remained after the accident. This went on for weeks. See, this is what I'm kind of saying about it's fucked up that he even had to identify the body. It's like, if she got in a car wreck, they would have known. I feel like they would have known it was her. She would have had like an ID or something, and there was no need for him to see her, and that's why. I mean, it's kind of a movie cliche too, but they're like, you don't need to see. That's not how you want to remember them, you know. But I feel like it's kind of true at the same time that it's like when you lose someone, you don't need to see. That's why I've always thought open caskets are so weird, you know. The only time open caskets funerals make sense to me are like when it's like a gypsy type, and I know people say you're not supposed to say gypsy or whatever, but I've literally seen it in like Peaky Blinders and stuff where they call themselves gypsies, but literally where they put you in a wagon and they surround you with all your favorite things and people come and drink and whatever, and it's like a big party. Like that to me kind of makes sense because it's like you're having one last hurrah with the person at the center and all these people are coming together to grieve. Like that to me makes sense. But just going to a funeral and like seeing the person, then putting them into the ground, and then going and having like a party or a wake afterwards, like to me it just, let's just keep that casket closed, let's get them in the ground, and then let's have the party where everyone drinks and tells stories, you know. Or you do the Peaky Blinders funeral where you just have the party with with the person who's passed on. That to me seems fine too. This went on for weeks. I never thought about suicide until she died. I was that kind of asshole to see someone as weak for ending it. I now find myself considering it on a weekly basis. After weeks of miserable sleep, I sat at the dinner table for hours just thinking about her, about our life together, about what could be different. God, I miss her. I decided that I can't keep living like this. I had to actively try to get better. I love her. I always will. Maybe it'll never get easier, and maybe I'm not supposed to move on. But there was happiness. I thought I could find. Moments of joy in between the decades of despair that wait for me. I was wrong. After I got into bed, window open, I heard someone walk past my house. It was around 2 a.m. Saturday. Drunk people coming home? I hear voices, people talking, laughing, footsteps. I've heard these sounds 1,000 times. This time, the steps didn't sound normal. They came in a strange rhythm. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2. Like a child hopping down the street in the dark. Heavier. Then they stopped. Right outside. My mind caught this before I did. Like it was so used to the regular sounds of passerby, and this one just stood out. I paused my phone to listen. I was sure it was right outside. I was sure I could hear something. A voice? A whisper? Nothing I could distinguish from the wind. I sat there for 30 minutes, just listening. I almost jumped out of my bed when I heard a woman's voice, loud as hell, coming from down the street. Her voice shattered the silence like a shotgun in a church. It was my neighbor laughing with her boyfriend as they stumbled home from a night of drinking. At least they have each other. I laughed and called myself an idiot, laying down to fall asleep, and I swear I heard someone jump into a full sprint. Steps wide and heavy, and then a strange, sweet smell lingered after. More drunks, I figured. I listened as the steps trailed off, coming echoes. Dude, that's even creepy, because, like, yes, it could be your fiance or whatever coming back from the dead, but it's also like, yeah, a drunk dude might have just been about to break into my house, and this other couple scared him off, so it's like he pauses, right? He's right outside, not the second story window, but a window underneath, and he pauses right in front, and then these other people make a noise as they're coming home, so he freezes, like, waiting to see if they're gonna see him. They don't see him, but then he's like, fuck, I gotta get out of here, you know, there's people around, so then he runs off. Either way, it's creepy, you know. The next day, I'd almost forgotten about the strange sounds until I decided to walk to the shops. Out my front door, through the garden, and around the wooden fence. I felt something. Smell. Something familiar. Sweet and overpowering. Honestly, I don't know what it was, but it made my mind conjure images of the past. Like a dirty window I could hardly see through. On the ground, something caught my eye. Light reflecting on silver reminded me of the table where I'd last seen her. It was a ring. I recognized it immediately. It was identical to my ring, the one I wore on my finger every day since I asked Michelle to be my wife. I was stunned. I couldn't believe it was here. Confused and disoriented, I spun my head around the, the estate like I was being watched by ghosts. A neighbor working in his garden waved at me. I didn't react. I just turned around, walked back inside, and closed the door. I kept her engagement ring in my hand all day. Okay, so, damn, so it was her ring. He now has it. Was she buried in it? I'm wondering, so is this actually a necromanced corpse, Did her corpse literally break out of the grave and now it's, it left the ring either on purpose for him to find or, accidentally, but interesting. Okay. Later that night, same as every night, in bed, bathed in a loathsome glow of Reddit or some other shitty website, I heard it again. I like the little Reddit shout out. Or some other shitty website. This time around 1 a.m. Hopping up the street, the sound of shoes crunching on stones, a strange wet splat accompanying each odd step. Again, just like last time. It stopped right outside my window. Music on paused, and I just listened. Something about the sound got under my skin. I was almost afraid to look. I fought back against the oppressive emotion as I reached for the curtain. Just pull it open. Before I heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. A whisper. Soft, yet sounded like it was coming from all around me. The sound resonating in my body. Then it stopped. My skin began to tighten. By the time the initial confusion had passed, I began trying to rationalize the situation. Surely it was just a neighbor talking to someone. I forced a smile and lay back down, closed my eyes. Then it spoke again. Hey, oh. The words fell out of the whisperer's mouth, and it came and went like raindrops, gentle, like silk. My face and body tensed at the sound of my own name. The words were soft. You could almost miss it. Let me in, Paul. Then all was silent. I never answered, and I never heard them leave. I didn't get much sleep that night, or any night after, to be honest. The following day, I felt crippling fatigue, as if my body was lacking the means to carry my own weight. Forcing myself to do some chores around the house wasn't easy. I was perfectly content to let everything fall apart, sit down, drink, and rot. As I was doing my tasks, walking around the house, passing windows, I was frequently distracted. Any sign of movement outside pulled me away from what I was doing like a hidden hand. It's strange, I half expected to see her walking in the driveway of my mother's home to visit me. She never did. The day carried on as normal. Misery. As I was laying in my bed later that night, staring at the impossible ring now hanging from a hook on my wall, I heard the sound again. Strange hopping sound, wet, heavy. It was approaching from down the street, louder and louder each step until its climax was right outside. I heard a slow, long, deep breath. Then it spoke to me. God damn. Then it spoke to me. I need to come inside. Open the curtain. Paul, please. Let me inside. Paul, please. I just need to see you. Open the curtain. Paul, please, it's me. I need to come inside. Open the curtain. It was her. A strange smell permeated the room, sweet and overpowering. I know it's impossible. Michelle is dead. I identified her body. I was at her funeral. I knew she was dead. Yet she spoke. I didn't answer. I just cried. She spoke for hours, just repeating herself. The love of my life, mangled, buried, and dead, calling to me from right outside my bedroom window. I wished I'd had the courage to look. What would I see? Some kids playing a sick joke on me? Some kind of monster using her voice? My beautiful wife to be the way she was in the morgue? I just lay there, scared and crying, until the sun came up, and with it the voice drifted away, like she was a radio losing signal. It took me hours to finally sit up and get out of bed. I didn't look out the window. Every pane of glass injected fear into my veins. Peripheral beings danced in the corner of my eyes, footsteps behind me coming from nothing or no one. I closed all the curtains on every window of the house. It stayed that way for days. The neighbor who had waved at me called over. He said he was just checking on me. He obviously saw the curtains drawn for a while and grew concerned. I know I looked insane. I hadn't really slept in weeks. The dreams were too much. Not like my nightly visitor would let me get much sleep anyways. I told him I was okay. I know he didn't believe me. His face recoiled on itself, like he smelled something awful. I didn't care. I closed the door on him. The next night, I was terrified. I thought, maybe if I sleep early, I'll just sleep through it. It will be like it never happened. So that's what I did. Or should I say, tried to do. I don't know what woke me. Maybe another horrible nightmare? I couldn't remember. I jumped up in a cold sweat. I could immediately smell her perfume. There was no doubt. That's what I was smelling. I could hear her outside my window, whispering loudly. It took a moment for the sound to involve words. Paul, I need to come in. It's me. Open the curtain, Paul. Please, it's me. I love you. Let me in. I love you. I love you. Please. Let me in. Let me come in, please. I know you found my ring. Interesting. I felt my room shrink, closing in around like suffocating darkness, each word sending me deeper and deeper into the depths of despair. I couldn't take it anymore. Go away! I screamed in a coward's yell. Paul, you have to let me in so we can be together. Paul, it's me, please. Don't leave me out here. We can be together. My heart punched at my ribs as rage crawled up through my throat. I wanted to scream and cry and throw up all at once. You're not Michelle. Fuck off. Just open the curtain. You'll see. It's me, Paul. I love you. The voice changed tone. It sounded enthused by my response. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, watching the curtain as it fluttered in the breeze, and she whispered for hours. And she whispered for hours. It wasn't begging anymore. It was softer now, confident, almost soothing, like she knew I was listening. I know you want to see me, Paul. I know you're tired. I can make the pain stop. I miss you. Please, Paul, let me come in. Ah, shit. Yeah, Whistler at 3 a.m. vibes. And I was also gonna say, like, for how defeated our narrator is, like, for how, depressed and all that stuff, I'm like, he has a lot of self-control too. Because not only is this person calling and like wearing you down mentally, not only is this entity like, you know, constantly berating you to let them in all night long, but it's also an entity that is like knows that it left the ring for you to find and that you have it. So to me, if I'm the narrator, I'm thinking, well, if it knows that I have the ring and it can do that like complex like thought analysis, if it can, understand the cause and effect that it left the ring and now I have the ring, I'm like, maybe it is my wife or the spirit of my wife. Like maybe I can see her again, Like I feel like the narrator is incredibly strong, whereas if I'm them and as grief stricken as they are, I feel like I would be very easy to convince to at least look out the window. Sure, if I look out and see that it's a scary monster with the voice of my wife, then maybe I'm gonna reassess or get scared or whatever, but I think it's kind of crazy to me that he hasn't caved and looked outside yet, or like tried to set up a camera or do anything, anything to kind of see, like, or maybe because it says he's in a house and he's upstairs, maybe go down to a different window and look outside, not so you're staring face to face with this thing, but maybe try to, peek out some other way. Yeah. Well, and right, and that is how you keep the tension in the story, right? By him not looking. So it makes sense that he hasn't done it yet. But I'm also just like, I'm a fucking, I'm a pushover, bro. I would have looked. I would have been like, "Oh, honey. Oh, sure, honey. I'll let you in, honey." And this is funny too, because I just last night. I mean, I've been working like this week at work has been pretty crazy, and um, when I'm asleep at home, my girlfriend or my fiance is usually gone, and I happened to wake up just the other day, and I thought I heard her outside being like, "George, let me in," like, but I must have just heard, because I was dead asleep. I must have just heard something else outside, but I like jumped up and I was like, "Oh shit." But then I go out there and yeah, she wasn't home yet, and it was just a total, it was, I heard something else or I dreamt it. It was a total mistake on my part, but I was like, I was like, fuck, I gotta get up, even though I only thought I heard like somebody calling, one time, but one time was all it took for me to jump up out of bed and go look. Yeah, that's Swagum. That's a very good point. this is like a better version of the dead girlfriend on Facebook, which honestly, the dead girlfriend on Facebook, it is cool because it uses like the Facebook medium, right? But it was the whole time it was getting to the point where this story started. Because remember at the end, it's like she sends that picture or whatever, and it's like of right outside of his window, and that's like kind of where the story ends. And it's like, oh, she got him, or she, he didn't post after this, so we just kind of assume that, she came back and, whatever, got him, killed him. But what I like is the whole time, although it is super creepy to get messages online, the whole story is living in this area of, well, now they're right outside, Before she was on the computer and it showed that she was online, but she was always living in the ethereal cyberspace, She was never a ghost that was physically manifesting in a certain place until the very end of that story, and that was the kind of cliff that they left you on. Whereas this story, we're starting right on the cliff, and it's creepy as fuck. It's simple in that regard. It's my loved one, my lost loved one is right outside, but I mean, God, what a just a torturous, situation to be in. What a struggle, because I have to imagine that, every part of you just wants it to be true, wants them to be there. So yeah, that's kind of what I mean by, I feel like I would have caved in already. I feel like I would have looked. I didn't move. Okay. Yeah. Please, Paul, let me come in. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I didn't cry. I just listened. And then she said something I'll never forget. She said, "You're already halfway gone. Just need a little push." Ugh. And I swear to God, I heard a smile in her voice when she said it. Then her laugh, her beautiful laugh, it echoed for hours. I sleep with my window closed now. No more breeze, no more sound, no more Michelle. Still she comes, muffled through the glass. I can hear her tapping at my windows. I live with my curtains drawn, day or night. It's all the same to me now. She hasn't stopped. Her temptations are constant. I haven't eaten. I haven't slept in days. I don't think my body even wants to anymore. He tells me I've suffered enough, that peace is just on the other side of the curtain. Just take a peek. She says that I was never meant to stay here without her. I still hear her whispering my name, whispering things. Sometimes she says stuff I don't understand, like she's speaking in a way that doesn't fit inside a mouth. But then she comes back to Michelle, back to "I love you," back to "let me in." Her ring is always in my hand. Tapping on the window persists, every window. Steady, delicate, too slow to be impatient. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking to the curtain, but I'm there now. Her perfume wraps around my throat like a noose. The same scent she wore the first night we said forever. I reach for the curtain. My hand is trembling, like it's trying to pull itself back. She's whispering, "Paul, please, you miss me. I'm cold. You are never supposed to see what was left of me." I freeze. The room groans and tilts like a sinking ship. My name keeps spilling from her mouth like it's stuck in her teeth. Paul, 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 Paul. I pull the curtain open. I am not afraid. She's there, standing on the edge of total darkness, beneath the glow of street light. It's flickering behind her. Her eyes are full, though she hasn't blinked once. Her hair is falling across her face like it used to, and she's wearing the black hoodie she stole from me the day we moved in together. She looks alive, warm, real, not broken, not dead, not buried. She raises her hands to reach for me. This time I don't look away. Her fingers are too long. She smiles at me. Her eyes grow wider and she says, "There you are." Her mouth doesn't move. I unlock the window. I let her in. A hand gently rests on my shoulder. She's home. Damn. Thank you, Pitiful. What a banger. What just a simple, classic banger. Who said you can't still write a classic creepypasta, you know? So basic. Clearly she, with the long fingers and the voice, but not the mouth moving. Maybe she is some sort of a mimic shapeshifter. But what I like is the story didn't live in this whole it sounds like her, but it wasn't her. No, the whole time the narrator's pretty much like, I hear her. It's her, and so it's like, in some ways I do think it's his grief and it's his inability to grieve healthily for his lost love that has manifested as this monster that is then trying to enter his home and consume him or whatever and get him to die, because it was saying how you just need a little push, you're half dead already. I love it. Yeah, I like that it lives more in that area more than it's like, I don't know, like how the thing in the basement and how Clancy's like, and because I've even heard the later parts of that story and he's like, was this person a mimic all along? He gets like, it's just very like, is this person a mimic? Where are the mimics coming from? It's very like, oh, this is the creature and this is what we call it. And, him and Marcus are like, we gotta hunt this thing, blah, blah, blah. It lives in that area, which obviously is fun in a cheesy sort of way, but this is just so much more personal and real that it's her, and it's still, even at the end, even though we see that she is uncanny, and even though she's not mangled anymore, she's still not fully, not fully like just a normal human. But it's her. It's just always Michelle, it's never anything else. It's never like, but it wasn't Michelle, it was a skinwalker, blah blah blah. I feel like people get very excited to like name the cryptid they're using in the horror story. Like even in Stolen Tongues, like it gave it that Native American nickname, and it told the story, which was really cool, about the Native American, like the medicine men who, got buried upside down or whatever it was that happened to them that like made them these evil spirits that trick people and mimic them. But I feel like it's so much creepier when it's this personal, that it's like, it is her, but it isn't her, but it is her, where it's just Michelle. Like, I like how personal this story is, and I like how simple it is, and that, you know, really, yes, it's a metaphor for, like, you know, or it's kind of a parable about, like, grieving badly, and how, you know, that you can't let the grief, you know, you can't let the grief consume you. You can't uh let it always be just outside there to, like, stop you from living your life, you know. um and so, in a way, I know maybe this isn't what the author wanted to get across, but in a way, I do think you have to let the monster in when it comes to grief. You have to find a way to live with it. You know, you have to find a way, like he says, like, every day was the same, you know, miserable. You know, and that's true, and he isn't moving on, but you do have to find a way to, when it comes to losing a loved one like this, you know, I think that you have to, like, obviously remember the good times, and all those cliches that people say, and, you know, time over time, things allegedly get somewhat easier, maybe, but then some people say they only get worse. But what I think you can't do is what our character Paul is doing in the story, which is let the grief paralyze you and let the grief torture you by always being just outside of your, you know, just outside, you know, have it be taunting you, have it be kind of, come here, kitty. Sorry, I got a kitty who wants to maybe get up here. Come on, come on, come say hi. Wanna come? Anyways, yeah, I love it. I think that that's super smart. That's a great. Come on. That's a great. That's a great way to have an end to the story that is creepy, right? And we see this uncanny monster. We see that, you know, she was you know, trying to drag him to the afterlife with her. And so we kind of see that, you know, so maybe it wasn't great that he opened the window, you know, it seemed like he was under her spell. Oh, hi, there she is. Hold on. Hold on. You gotta say hi, Dina. Say hi, baby. Say hi. Say hi, I'm Miss Athena. I'm the queen around here. I'm the queen kitty. Yeah, yeah, I know that doesn't fully jive with, like, what I was saying about grief and stuff, and, like, learning to live with it, but at the same time, I think you don't choose, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's like he opened the window because at a certain point he didn't have a choice anymore. Like, you know what I mean? It forced him to open the window, cuz regardless, like, he's lit, whether he's just a shut in and doesn't enjoy his life anymore, he's still living with the grief, you know? And so it makes sense that the story ends by he opens the window and he's like, she's home. You know, I think that's great. I think that's super cool. Sorry, I'm going to read some of the chats real quick. I'm going to catch up. Yeah, set up a vending machine, the camera, like Psychosis. Exactly. I would have thought about doing that almost immediately. more menace to it. Does a really good job staying ambiguous as to whether it's really her or it's something mimicking or corrupting her. Yeah, I do think, and I do think that works for the ending, right? I do think like the ambiguousness of it is telling. I do think it's somewhat of a corrupted spirit because it's saying like you're half dead already, but at the same time, it's right. And I hope that this monster didn't kill all, you know what I mean? But at the same time, uh yeah, it's definitely creepier if she does, but it also, I don't think a good ending is so it came in and then I hung myself, and then it put me under its spell and so then I killed myself. I don't think it needs to go there, And so I think that this ending works, and grief is that monster that that follows you everywhere, that's always gonna be right outside. You're hairy. Hey, you're a hairy kitty. And so yeah, I think that it works that it ends with the monster coming in rather than, it could have ended like, but I'm breaking down. I feel like any night now I'm gonna slip up and look or let her in. It could have ended in that sort of a cliffhangery way, but it didn't, and I like that. I think that it gave us just enough without being like, and so now so now I'm letting the monster take me, sort of thing. Uh, Reminiscent of Pet Cemetery? No. Like I haven't read Pet Cemetery. I want to watch one of the movies. I do have that on one of my lists. Like on my streaming platforms, I would like someone to recommend to me because I feel like there's a few Pet Cemeteries. Which one should I watch if I'm gonna watch one of the movies? Or do all the movies suck and should I just read the story? Um Similar to this one with a little more bittersweet vibe, you should read A Scent of Whiskey and Floral by Jimmy Giuliano. A quick read and a personal favorite of mine. I'll check that one out, Swag'em. Thank you. Did it say he opened the window? Well, at first it said it's like I sleep with the window closed now and the curtains covered. But then I think he did open the window because I think it says like, yeah. Oh, that's here. Up more. I still hear her whispering. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking to the curtain, but I'm there now. Her perfume wraps around my throat like a noose. The same scent she wore the first night we said forever. I reach for the curtain, my hand trembling like it's trying to pull itself back. She's whispering, Paul, please, you miss me, I'm cold. You never were supposed to see what was left of me. I freeze. The room groans and tilts like a sinking ship. Which is funny because this almost sounds like the dreams he was mentioned earlier. So it doesn't say that, but we could assume that maybe he's hallucinating at this point, or maybe he is, even in a dream. My name keeps spilling from her mouth like it's stuck in her teeth. Paul, Paul, Paul. I pull the curtain open. I am not afraid. So yeah, he pulls the curtain open. I don't know. And then it might say I open the window too and let her in. I think it does say that at some point. Yeah, I unlock the window. I let her in. So yeah, he fully not only opens the curtain, but he lets her in. A hand gently rests on my shoulder. She's home. So yeah, that's how it ends. So yeah, he definitely fully opens it up, to her. He doesn't just like, go to the window and see her. Yeah, I agree. The whole drain pipe thing, like, sure, it's funny to imagine an ethereal undead monster like climbing up a drain pipe, or whatever, scaling the side of a building. Like, it can be funny to imagine, but it can also be very creepy, to think of like the monster, scaling a building. And especially, like, it says the hand on my shoulder, so it's like I imagine he feels the hand. A hand gently rests on my shoulder, so the same way that the hand gently rests on his shoulder, it's like, and he heard the tapping and all that other stuff. So I do think it's a physical monster. um yeah, this story, totally true, Keith. This story is very, very digestible, and as was his other one. And I would even say that even goes to his writing style. Like, he very commonly, not broken, not dead, not buried. Like, these short little lines that he says a lot with, but is kind of just his writing style. And it's very digestible even as you're reading it. So not only is this not a super long story, and it's digestible in that way, it's also like, as you're reading it, it's very satisfying. It's very like, it's not longer than it needs to be. It's punchy, and there's a lot of weight on every word. It feels like every little, whether it's a paragraph or whether it's just a sentence or a few sentences, it feels like each thing kind of has a punch. And yeah, not a single syllable is really wasted ever. Not that not that other stories, it's like, man, you're wasting syllables, but it's more just, there's something about this type of uh, their writing that it seems like, I don't know, almost older in a way, like almost like, it is a campfire story in the way that it's like, it's recitable almost. Not all of it, of course, but like the parts that you really remember, her hand gently rests on my shoulder. She's home. Like, people remember that, and they might, that last line of the story might even hang with them for a long time, which you don't get that if it's a super long paragraph that's like, but she's home now, sort of thing. These simple, like, 2 words, there's something like, even in people talk about, I remember like pastors and preachers and stuff, they talk about like, what's the shortest Bible verse, and it's like, Jesus wept, and that is the shortest Bible verse, but it's like, it says a lot, you know what I mean? And so I don't know. It's just cool. It's just, the writing style is cool. I can try to pontificate and say it in a more literary scholar sort of way, but it's just a fucking cool writing style. Is the really what I'm trying to say. Sorry, let me keep going through the comments. I haven't. Oh shit. I need to pull them up on my screen, but when I've done it in the past, my computer's freaked out. So I have your comments, or your chats, I should say, the live chat. I have it open on my phone, so if you see me looking down, that's what I'm doing. Advocate for just reading Pet Cemetery. Okay. It's Stephen King's best work in my opinion. I do understand that it's a commitment though. LOL. Yes. And I'll not pretend like I'm a great reader, but what I will probably do, now that you've told me that, Swagum, is I will probably just do an audiobook on my phone, because I can get away with listening to audiobooks at work. And I actually, although I love reading stories like this with you guys and stuff like that, I am not a fast reader. You can probably tell that by just me reading anyways. I'm not a fast reader, and I was in the slow reading class as a kid. I eventually got out of it and I was like in AP English, but I've always been a slow reader. Now, when I read, I do have pretty good comprehension, but I have to take my time. Like, I can't just breeze through shit and read it fast. And that especially applies to when I'm just reading alone in my head, not out loud. It takes me time. So, but one thing I have always been really good at, and really, I have very good comprehension, because they measure that in school. I'm not just trying to talk myself up. They measured, what was your reading comprehension? And when I listen to a story, to me, I have almost just as good as comprehension, sometimes even better, as when I read the story myself. So, to me, I know a lot of people talk shit about, oh, you listen to audiobooks, like, that's not really reading. But to me, I can enjoy and get a lot out of a story that I just listened to. Now, do I still want to sit down and read some stuff and not listen to it? Absolutely, but I think I will do that for Pet Cemetery, and then who knows? My brother Zach is a huge Stephen King fan. Stephen King's his favorite author. He reads it once a year, and my brother Zach is the exact opposite. This motherfucker reads, and he reads a lot. He reads it once a year. Now that's a 1,000-page book that he dedicates like a month every year to reading, which to me is fucking crazy. That is like, and he reads a bunch of other shit, but he's always been a reader. His mom's a reader. He motherfucker can read. I am not, I try to dedicate some time to reading. Mostly it's when I go get my oil changed, and that's or like I'm sitting at a doctor's office waiting for appointments. That's most of the time when I end up reading stuff. And I wish I did more, because there's so much good shit out there. But yeah, anyways, that's my little rant about reading, I guess. So I'll have to do audiobook of that. The movie also worked with Stephen King, but it did get kind of campy near the end. Yeah, I think I've heard that, and it's why I do want to watch the movie regardless, but I'll have to. Yeah. I do. I'll do the audiobook, and then I'll watch the campy Pet Cemetery later. Yeah. Oh, but one thing I did want to say that you reminded me of is I have read Horns, which is from Joe Hill, which is Stephen King's son, and they made that into a movie with Daniel Radcliffe, and the movie was all right, but that book was really good, and Joe Hill, he wrote The Black Phone. He wrote the short story that was The Black Phone, that was that really good, what is it, Ethan Hawke movie or whatever, where with the creepy mask. Yeah, but It was a fun movie. It was, entertaining, but I do like Joe Hill as a writer too. So obviously Stephen King is one of the goats, one of the greatest living authors, just great storyteller, idea, there's so much shit that when you realize, like, the Dark Tower, whatever, so much of his stuff gets adapted and made into stuff, but also, yeah, you just nothing but, take your hat off to him, because it's like great shit. But also his son does some really cool shit, and I remember reading Horns at my brother Zach's request, because he liked it too, and he's like, I think you might like this. Maybe you're not into the 1,000-page Stephen King books. Not that every Stephen King book is that, but he's like, read Horns and let me know what you think. And I remember we had a lot of fun talking about Horns, and so I was a big fan of Horns. Um, and it was cool that it got made into a movie too, because it was one of those times where I was like, oh yeah, I've read the book. It was one of those few times where I could say that in earnest. If you've read I Sleep with My Window Closed Now, I thank you. This is my take on a classic online horror genre. The last story I shared seemed to be enjoyed. Thank you to everyone who sent me a DM to just talk about it. Shout out to my cuz for the artwork, and thanks again for your time. We'll have more stories soon. Pitiful. So I wanted to talk about the story, but then I also wanted to read that message. Yeah, shout out to you, my dude. Great story. And great, like, props to you for not making the story more than it needed to be, because there could have been like other characters in this. There could have been, um, like, oh, but then because he's living at his parents' house, right? And then it could have been like, oh, my parents came home and this happened, or like, it could have been, there could have been those moments like we talked about, like him setting up a camera and investigating. But I think with like such a personal tragedy, and the fact that this is like such an amalgamation for and metaphor for somebody who isn't dealing with grief well, I feel like all that extra stuff would have just been extra noise to the story, and really we just get the meat, we just get the part that really matters. And it's great, and it's like we said, super digestible and fun. I totally see why it has over 100 upvotes, and who knows, maybe it'll be on a CreepCast episode one of these days, and maybe you'll get a book deal out of it, Pitiful Scream. So shout out to you. Yeah, keep writing, and I like that your cousin does the artwork for you. That's super cool too, that you have you have like a little partnership there, and you can just keep having that art with all your stories. I think that's super cool. I always like to hear that you might be the writer in the family, but then you've got a cousin that does visual art or like graphic design. That's super cool too. I'm always telling people, to collaborate, and saying, that's cool, because whether you're just a creative person or whether you're an artist or writer, I believe that it takes a village, right? Everyone needs a network. Everyone needs, uh, whether it's, friends who are funny or friends who are whatever. Everyone needs different perspectives on things, whether it's on their story or they need people to collaborate with. And so that's really cool that that you have that somewhat, at least with the visual stuff. And I also hope that, that's what the CreepCast just subreddit can be, that it can be more of that, that all of these crazy talented visual artists, because there are so many fans obviously who, are constantly drawing. I hope some of them will reach out to, first read a story that they like, and then reach out to the author and be like, hey, I drew this picture, I was inspired by your story and I drew this. And then, then they might have the artwork for the story done right there, and it can be a kind of symbiotic thing where more of that stuff could happen. So I love to see it, and I hope to see more of it. I think it's super cool. All right. So now, here, I kind of want to get a little bit of a feel. Okay, so this first part is not long at all, of the I shouldn't have the therapy session one. And then this one seems a bit longer, but this one definitely has, well, it might have more than two parts too. The number station one. But I got a message just yesterday from TJ Schultz, I believe, and they were like, yeah, I've already posted part 3. So I think we'll read at least parts 1 and 2 of this one. Maybe we'll get into part 3. But of I shouldn't have recorded this therapy session. But then also, yeah, I want to read at least part 1 of the numbers. This one, number station. I worked at a number station, so. But as far as I know, the I shouldn't have recorded this therapy session. This story's still ongoing, so this will continue. And so I'll have to check back in with it at a later date, probably once it gets to that final part, and maybe read the rest of it then, or maybe I'll, or it might evolve like these things do, and sometimes it ends up being like a full length novella or novel. So it's just kind of depends. All right, well, let's get into the next story. So get a little. So I shouldn't have recorded this therapy session, from TJ Schultz 61. I'm just a counselor. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I listen and I provide feedback. Sorry, I know I'm like scratching my face a lot and shit, and it's mainly because the cat jumped up on me. Miss Athena. Miss Hairy Lady got on me, but yeah, so I'm allergic to cats. I have cats, but I'm very allergic. And so, yeah, it just always makes me itchy. I'm just a counselor. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I listen and I provide feedback, attempting to guide clients towards some level of peace in their life. A recent client of mine has made this part of the job difficult. I love that ... has made this part of the job difficult. I found myself gravitating toward this field of work as someone who benefited from therapy as a teenager after my parents went through a very messy divorce. I just wanted to pass on the proverbial torch and make sure others were able to navigate their own insecurities and traumas. Despite the strangeness of my session with this new client, it started off routinely. Sorry. Sorry. Despite the strangeness of my session with this new client, it started off routinely. He came in as a trauma survivor. He was electrocuted after crashing his vehicle into a power line, and his heart stopped at the scene. It's not entirely uncommon for victims of near-death experiences to attach spiritual or religious connotations to the event, but what this client told me is beyond anything I've heard before. I ask all my clients for their consent to record sessions as a way to better understand them. I listen back to them before I am scheduled to see them again, compare my notes, and come up with topics for us to discuss. This particular client is scheduled for tomorrow, and I was feeling a bit apprehensive before listening back to the recording. I skipped through the beginning of the recording, normal pleasantries and introductions. I had asked him all the usual icebreakers to get to know him before I allowed him to start the conversation on his terms. Okay. I could almost feel the breath on the back of my neck as he sighed. Okay. This might sound a little weird. I know the afterlife isn't what we think it is. But there is an afterlife? I asked, probing him to explain. You can probably tell I haven't led the best of lives. I mean, look how I got here. Smashed my car into a pole because I got hammered at 2 in the afternoon. At this, he averted his gaze, looking down at the floor. He took a moment before telling me. I had figured that I probably belonged in hell. But that's just it. I didn't really go anywhere. No hell, nothing. So what did you experience? I asked, feeling my professionality slip a bit as my fascination grew. It's not so much what I experienced. It's that I have an understanding that I didn't before. He again turned his gaze to the floor and remained silent for a moment. I leaned forward in my chair. Near-death experiences like yours can be life-altering, I offered. An inflection point that separates life into a before and after for victims. I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim, he said, cutting me off. I was just about to say, I wish I knew something about his voice so that I can try to change the voice, but now I noticed the gruffness to his voice that I hadn't clocked before. Okay. I wasn't punished, he said, making direct eye contact. He continued, I was given a gift. No one saved me. Whoever it was that dragged me away from the power line ran off when I came to. Whoever helped him ended up calling the paramedics after they couldn't find a pulse. Am I crazy? Okay. He continued, I was given a gift. No one saved me. Whoever it was that dragged me away from the power line ran off when I came to. Whoever helped him ended up calling the paramedics after they couldn't find a pulse. I remember I must have scared the first guy pretty bad, judging by the sounds he was making after he took off. Judging by the sounds he was making after he took off, he chuckled. You seem to be taking this in stride. So wait, I'm sorry, I know I got a text, but I am confused. Whoever it was that dragged me away from the power line ran off when I came to. Whoever helped him ended up calling the paramedics after they couldn't find a pole. I'm confused why it switched to him. You seem to be taking this in stride, I said, giving him an approving smile. What do you think has helped you to move forward so quickly? I was hoping to elicit a sort of introspection in him so I could encourage any of his positive behaviors. As I was listening, the recording became a bit staticky. This was odd, as I never moved my recorder during sessions. It almost sounded as if someone had picked it up and was messing with the microphone. I decided to check my notes just in case, but had only observed that the client appeared agitated or nervous and was bouncing his leg. People can live with pain, torment. Humanity is capable of many things, but its ability to adapt is what made it so successful. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. So there should have it's just a issue what got uh it should have a just extra quote marks and then the count, and then the quotes start again and then quotes here again. Yeah, I think it's just a quotation issue. It's probably a simple fixed, and I just like got thrown off too much by it. But his ability to adapt is what made it so successful. And you've adapted? I asked. I noticed now that my voice had become garbled in the playback, like a radio station that the antenna can't quite pick up. There are folks whose bodies are only there to hold up their heads, he said, his voice cutting quite clearly through the static. A sack of meat that only provides fuel for the brain that sits inside, locked in. They can't speak, can't move, but are still capable of thinking and creating, still able to live. That could have been me, included. But it wasn't. Your gift? I asked. The static almost completely drowned out my response. I found this annoying and tapped the recorder against my palm. I even tried reconnecting my earbuds, but that did nothing to quell the crackling. My gift, he said with a smirk. Again, his voice came through clearly, the static fading as if waiting, only returning when he had finished his sentence. I couldn't hear what I said to him over the static, so I looked at my notes for guidance. They indicated that I had noticed a shift in his demeanor, that I had asked him to return to his initial subject. I wanted him to explore how his new understanding of the afterlife informed his ability to move forward and adapt. My unusually messy but legible handwriting appeared a bit shaky, like my hand was trembling as I was taking notes. Death is like a cascade, a landslide filling the holes that life left behind. The static that had pervaded the recording began to morph itself into a rumbling now, like a shifting of earth and tumbling of stones. This had to be my imagination, my subconscious finding meaning in the noise through the persuasion of his words. I was filled in, he continued, but I'm still here. There was a pause, not long, but somehow I could tell that he had once again at my gaze when he began. I felt my heart stop. It was odd. The ringing in my ears went away. I could hear people scrambling, a 911 operator on speakerphone, but it was so clear, like a bell being rung in an empty room. I felt myself being drawn to his words, my hands nearly vibrating as I wiped a bead of sweat that had trickled its way down my brow. I could feel consciousness slipping away, like my soul was slowly pouring out of me, stretching me like a rubber band until I snapped. It sounded like someone had cracked a whip inside my skull. Then everything was silent, his words echoing as the sound of a thunderclap played in my ears. Checking my notes was futile. I don't know if I was looking at my pad when I was writing, but my words were a complete jumble of scribbles and what I thought was cursive. I don't write in cursive. I can barely read it. I gave up trying to parse my notes and continued listening. It's all I could do. I could almost feel my brain start to atrophy. I might have been hallucinating. My mind's last attempt to make sense of the visual world was like a kaleidoscope was swirling under my eyelids before everything fell in on itself. His tone had become eerily placid. The noise and static had completely fallen away. He continued. Reality collapsed around me, and I could hear every single memory I had ever formed being played at once. They were being pulled from my soul, weaving themselves into a light show in front of me, combining with a fog of pulsing colors and forming a ring of crackling smoke. I was no longer in control. I caught myself mouthing the words he had spoken. I clapped a hand over my lips. Why did I do that? This was my first time listening to the recording, and it's not like I remember our conversation word for word. Yet I had been reciting my client's memories like they were words to a song I couldn't get out of my head. I knew I had to do it, he said in my ear. I needed to go through this ring, called to me. I felt myself being pulled toward it. I stuck out my hand, and as it entered the blackness, the word "No!" screamed in my ears, and my whole body burned with more pain than I have ever experienced. And then I was back. He went silent, and the recording sizzled in my ears, louder now. I checked the strength of the recording and scrubbed through it, hearing only static. I looked at my notes, desperate to find something. Perhaps I had some insight that could help both of us, but the only word that stood out to me in my trembling scribbles were 2 capital letters: no. What use could I be to him if I was so easily shaken by his story? What was with the static? Am I going crazy? I wasn't able to suss out anything more through the endless droning. I must have been consoling the client at this point, probably trying to place some sort of meaning on his vision to help him take control of his new lease on life. This was too weird. I couldn't take any more of this recording. It wasn't at all how I remembered the session. Trying to calm myself, I took a deep breath and removed the earbud, growing irritated by the static. But as I stood up, earbuds in hand, the sound remained. I checked the recording and it was paused. I brought the earbud to my ear and heard nothing. I thought it could just be my tinnitus, but that was usually just a quiet ringing. This was like unplugging the cable on an old TV with the volume at maximum. It was not a sound that I could tune out. The static had to be coming from somewhere. I tore my place apart looking for the source. I tried my Bluetooth speaker, bringing it close to my ear. That wasn't it. Turning off my ceiling fan was equally useless. I went room to room, shutting off anything that could be making noise. The static was coming from everywhere. I checked under the couch, searched through the drawers and cabinets. Someone had to be messing with me. There had to be a tiny speaker, a white noise machine, or something. I flipped my mattress, moved my dresser, and checked inside my oven. I ripped out the racks in frustration after I found nothing. I realized I had gone too far when I caught myself manhandling my AC unit, ready to shove it out the window. I slowly released my grasp. My hands were trembling as I shut it off. The buzzing in my ears wouldn't go away. It was the last thing in my apartment that made any noise. It's been hours since I finished the recording, but nothing I do will quiet the droning. I pulled my pillow over my ears, shoved my fingers in deep, but it's useless. It's like the universe is whispering, but the words are too far away to reach me. I'm not sure yet, but I think I'm going to cancel my appointment with this client. What should I do if the sound doesn't stop? Interesting. So, first off, I like it. I think that it's a cool concept that's just beginning. I like this idea of you have this patient who was either brought back to life or was like, he crashed into a power line. So it's like maybe he was like shocked into a different reality momentarily. We don't know, right? But then what I like is I thought the paranormal thing was kind of going to happen in the session, right? I thought that either this person was going to say something supernatural or, whatever. But although he said some weird ethereal stuff, it didn't necessarily go there. But then this sound is where this supernatural creepiness is happening, and that's happening to our narrator. And it happened because of the recording, like that's what he started when he started to hear the static. And maybe it was on the recording, or maybe it wasn't on the recording at all. We don't really know. But this is a really cool setup. It's kind of a Telltale Heart vibe where, we don't know. This counselor, is something he heard on the recording because of what his patient said, or is his patient maybe like his patient should have died, and so he's hearing all this and it's manifesting in such a way to where it's gonna drive this counselor crazy, to where he's gonna have to be like, I need to silence this guy, I need to set things right, I need to kill him. So is it kind of gonna be the Telltale Heart thing in that way, or did what his client described with like going through the portal of the kaleidoscopic memories and reaching his hand through and then hearing a no or whatever and snapping out of it, and the act of describing that to his counselor, is that somehow giving his counselor a glimpse into the ethereal that, because our patient hasn't described that he's heard this sound or he's been plagued by it. He seems like happy with his new lease on life, or at least like, yeah, I understand things now, I get it. And so, but through the act of describing that to his counselor, is his counselor now, he's heard the sirens call, he's got a taste of the ethereal, and now he's gonna keep hearing this sound until he can, get a fuller glimpse, or something like that. It's very cool. That a lot of speculation. I'm thinking about it a lot of different ways. I'm also, wondering if the recording itself is the thing that's cursed. Like, let's say this guy was supposed to die, right? He brought back a piece of the afterlife with him, and it now exists in this guy here. This pen is our patient. He has, a piece of the afterlife in him, and it wasn't talking with the counselor that necessarily did anything. The counselor could hear, they could talk multiple times, but it was making that recording and having a record sort of it, because it's also, the notes got all crazy too, remember? So it's like maybe the act of trying to record the ethereal, because the ethereal by definition can't be described or recorded or whatever. So the act of trying to record it and trying to listen back to the recording is thus cursing our narrator, our counselor. And so because of it, it's not the fact that these two met, it's the fact that this one who's been touched by the afterlife made a recording that this one listened to, and now that's why he's hearing the sound. Very cool. Very cool. It's the same thing as like a siren's call that's calling you, but it's kind of the opposite. It's like a siren shriek. It's like this noise that's driving you crazy, forcing you, like with the Telltale Heart, that's forcing you to act, or that's forcing you to investigate further, or whatever. Super cool, great setup, great dynamic. I really like, very creative concept, and I recently saw a post on the CreepCast Reddit. I don't know how I would even go about finding it, but it was like, it was like this person being like, I have tinnitus, and they were talking about having tinnitus and how like CreepCast helps them so much, because most of their day they're just constantly hearing the tinnitus, they're hearing the ringing or whatever tinnitus causes, and they're like, but for a few hours once a week I get to get lost in a story and laugh and yada yada. And it was a very like heartfelt, kind post about thank you so much to CreepCast and the community. But I was like, holy shit, I wonder if this person wrote this story because, like, obviously our narrator, they said they have tinnitus, but they're like, this isn't the tinnitus. This is a very specific white noisy type of noise that they're like hearing. I also think there could be something there with, you know how people say they like hear power lines, like, or when the power's fucked up, you can hear like the noises of the lights in your room, or, when the power is fucked up, you hear the power lines, Um, yeah, I'd like to know more too. But I also thought about, like, okay, so what if this power line, when this dude got shocked and like brought back to life by the paramedics or whatever exactly happened, like, I don't know, what if he got some sort of a noise virus that somehow then transferred over the tape, Um super interesting. Like I say, a lot going on here. Very very in very interesting idea, like very creative, and like I was bringing up the Telltale Heart comparison, um but very unique in that it's like a therapy session, right? Because his job is supposed to be to help this person, but it seems like his patient is either gonna have to help him, or it seems like we're gonna get kind of a switch here, with sort of what's going on, and I really like that dynamic. I think that's super fun. I've listened to other, like, it was like a crime thriller, but it was, it started off where a therapist was seeing a patient, and it turns out that patient is sought her out and is actually getting revenge on her, and it was a whole crazy crime thriller thing. But I like playing with that dynamic. I think that's very fun, and you could do a lot of cool stuff with it. So yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I'd like to know more too. Let's look into part 2 here. Oh, damn. Super. Okay, let's get into it. Part 2. I shouldn't have recorded this therapy session. Part 2. And like I said, there is a part 3 now too to this. So this might be a story that we just keep reading, as long as they keep making parts. TJ Schultz 61. Bravo, well done. I didn't sleep last night. Or I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Not in any familiar sense of the word. I never felt myself lose consciousness. No familiar lapse of time between dozing and waking. Just a strange continuity. The static droning in my ears warbled and morphed, growing louder and quieter at regular intervals. The rise and fall of my chest matched the undulating volume of the static. I took a deeper breath and was nearly deafened. As I let go, the droning softened. I repeated this action several times to be sure. I couldn't tell if it was reacting to me or if I was somehow in control. I needed this to end. I had to try something. I shut my eyes tightly, and in one long breath, I exhaled. As the air let out of my lungs, the buzzing in my ears subsided. I continued, attempting to evacuate every last molecule out of my lungs, and the static diminished to a whisper. When I felt like I had nothing left to give, I coughed, choking the air out. Felt like my diaphragm was in my throat, but I held on, desperately eking out one last puff of air. My final spluttery cough echoed, and everything fell silent. The static was gone. It was so quiet now that I could hear the blood rushing in my... I shifted and my organs squelched inside me. Taking care not to inhale, my lungs burned as my eyes squeaked open. I saw nothing. I blinked and was again greeted by deep blackness. I turned my head to where the foot of my bed should have been, but became nauseated when I realized I was no longer laying down. I looked around, realizing now that I wasn't blind. It wasn't in my room. Wisps of gray light swirled beneath my feet and lapped at my ankles. The ground under my bare soles hummed with an energy I hadn't felt before. Despite being solid, I could see the floor ripple and swell. Small streaks of light zigged and zagged below me, like gamma particles in a cloud box. I was standing in a lake of shadow, whose shores were beyond my sight. I felt a warm tingling sensation around my toes. Looking down, I watched as fingers of light reached up from the ground. A strange mix of physicalities, the light pulsed and crackled, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. Tendrils of gray and white began snaking their way up my legs, pulling out hairs as they climbed. The light continued to wrap itself around me, constricting me. As it laced its way around my waist, my belly convulsed and I fell to my knees, nearly doubled over. I had no idea how long I had been holding my breath. I needed oxygen. Another wave of contractions came and my stomach strained against the binding light as my body involuntarily sucked in as much air as it could. The air that entered my mouth was acrid and my nostrils burned with the scent of ozone. My lungs were on fire from lack of oxygen and the toxic atmosphere that surrounded me. The sound returned. A pianissimo whisper slowly grew loud. I think that's how you say that word. A pianissimo whisper slowly grew louder into a noise that was more physical. It was more physical than aural. I don't know that word. A-U-R-A-L. My eardrums vibrated with the intensity of it. The light loosened its grasp on me, falling into a diffuse mist that blanketed my floor. The roaring in my ears grew even louder as I looked up to see a wall of gray light rushing towards me. I stood as a tidal wave of sound enveloped me. I closed my eyes and accepted my fate. Felt it crash into me. It was like I had been vivisected into infinitesimal slices, and each one being slammed into the wall at 100 miles per hour. But just as quickly as it began, it was over. Everything was black once more. I heard the soft ticking of my watch. Opening my eyes revealed that I was back in bed, my hands holding a pillow securely around my ears. I thought the static had gone, but listening closely, it was there, almost inaudible. I needed to see my client. Interesting. Very detailed and almost scientific and cool with its descriptions of this like sound. I don't even know. I want to call it like a sound plane, maybe, is where you're entering. Uh, which the guy kind of describes something similar where he's like, I could see my memories. And now with this guy and our narrator, I guess, because I think he said in the first one, he's like, I have tinnitus, but this wasn't my tinnitus. So I almost wonder if our narrator is like kind of entering this afterworld realm too, but he's doing it through like his trauma or his, I don't know, like defects, or not defect, but like disability almost. Like I don't know. It's almost like experimental horror, I would call it. And not experiment as in like, you know, it's alive, like I created it, like science fiction, but more experimental in that it's like, I don't know, just what a cool concept. What a creative, cool concept. I say experimental because it seems all ethereal. It's like the dude's whole thing, the patient's whole thing. It went into this kind of ethereal soliloquy about I saw my memories in a kaleidoscopic swirl, and it made a portal that was dark, and I reached out into it, and then I heard a no, and I was snapped back. You know, and obviously there was more to the description than that, but then, you know, now we have another thing, and the toxic atmosphere, there was a toxic atmosphere, so it's like, I don't know, it's like almost like the same way that the guy, the what's it called, the patient was like, but it wasn't a hell or a heaven, you know. The same way he was kind of saying that, it's almost like there is this other plane that now the counselor is discovering, and you know, it's not necessarily good or bad, it's just other, you know, it's almost like that. So and this story is kind of the story of one person discovering that because of another person's discovery of it, and it's kind of like a, yeah, like I said, you know, experimental horror, and that it's, you know, it's not a straight up monster slasher whatever evil thing. It's the you know, it's the loss or the confusing of senses, you know, which is terrifying in itself. Synesthesia is a word that's coming to mind, you know. My True Detective fans out there, fans of season 1, will know synesthesia, but in that show, Detective Rustin Cole, Matthew McConaughey's character explains that, like, when he sees these cases and stuff, and these cases are connected over like multiple years, but he's like, I get this taste in my mouth of aluminum and blah blah blah, and to him it's keying him in that it's like his subconscious, his intuition is keying him in that some things are connected, and so he gets these tastes in his mouth when, you know, like, whatever, this one type of killer is kind of involved with these cases. But he also explains how, like, because he worked undercover for so long and did a lot of drugs, he's like, I'll see things sometimes, or I'll smell something, and it'll trigger a kind of a hallucination or what, so it's like a synesthesia is this misalignment of uh where people say that sounds have a color. It's a medical condition or whatever that people have. um I've heard of, and I don't know for sure that what this friend of mine had was synesthesia, but he would talk about how, because he liked to freestyle, and he would talk about how, and he was pretty good at it, and he would make it up like it was true freestyling. But he would talk about how like certain words in his head just have a color, and he feels like he's just matching in order to rhyme the lines. He feels like he's just matching the color. And I was like, well, that's super interesting, and so I feel like this is almost like a synesthesia style horror where your senses are colliding and deconstructing and reconstructing, and that is somehow the afterlife, or that is somehow, the ethereal. And it's I don't even know if perversion's the right word, but it's a complete hodgepodge, or it's a complete like a primordial jumbling of your senses, you know? And that is what the afterlife is, or that is what, And I've heard it in some like books and stuff, like The Shack, where they do describe heaven and souls in heaven as light, as pure light. And that's not the first book to do that. Obviously, like the Bible and other stuff has described, oh, like angels are beings of pure light, and their radiance and beauty, and they're 50 stories tall. And I don't know. So it's just very cool. It's very interesting, super super like experimentally creative, I would say. And I like it, and I like I almost like how short and punchy both these parts are, because, and there is a part 3 which I can find, but because it does almost seem like how they were like in the first part, they were like, what should I do if it doesn't stop? It does kind of give me that idea that this is somebody reaching out online who's like, they can't get the noise to stop, and they're just kind of typing this out on their phone real quick, to either just ask for help or just to document it, because they're like, at any second I could get sucked back into this dark realm where I can't see anything, and blah blah blah, and the air is toxic, and all that stuff. Super cool. Really, really cool. I really like this story. I will definitely be reading part 3 at some point. I want to think on it now, and I maybe even want to go back and read the beginning of part 1 again, just on my own. Good start. I love to see Lovecraftian but relatable. On the edge of analog horror, this one's begging for an audio file. I do agree with that. Part 2 is definitely coming. 3 Jesus experiment, completely different situation, but it might be good muse for your story. Lots of consultant and therapy, compelling story. they're talking about the back from the afterlife and attending some sort of counseling. That almost appears like he doesn't remember it. I feel like it's with the notes as well as the audio file in general. I do think that it's like this realm, it can't be documented. It defies documentation, you know? I do think there's something to that. And it manifests in some sort of a buzzing noise. It's short, it's nice, it's good. I don't have much to say as it feels very simple and straightforward, but I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. Thank you for writing this story. And working on part 3, remembering losing control does come back, yeah. I was like, he's gonna have to record this session with this next person, but is he even gonna remember it? And if he does remember it, like when he tries to listen to it, is he gonna freaking freak out? You know, is it gonna cause the noise to overwhelm him again? I don't know. Pretty cool though. Pretty awesome. I like it, dude. I think that is a lot of fun, and I think it I think part 3 is just gonna be a no-brainer to read at some point. I'm surprised he hasn't posted a comment to part 3 yet, but alright. I'm not gonna read part 3 quite yet. I might come back to it, but I do have one more story I want to get to, so yeah, no, I know you have part 3 out now, Alpha, so I'm glad you're in here. I'm glad that you stopped by. I just finished reading parts 1 and 2. Watch the VOD back, or just, skip back on the stream and watch it, but I loved it. I mean, it's great. It's super cool. I look forward to reading the next parts too. I was just about to move on, but thank you so much for checking out my stream, and the VOD will be up, so you'll be able to go through and look at everything I thought about it. But I think this is just a really, the concept you have here is so unique. I was drawing parallels to it with like the Telltale Heart, and almost how like this afterlife is a sort of like, it's like a synesthesia, in that like your senses become all jumbled. It's super interesting concept, and I think that it's just not something I've like heard of before, or ever like seen described even in a story really like that. Like, I've heard of some people being like, well, when you go to heaven, you'll see new colors. Like, I've heard of shit like that before, but it's not this total, like, deconstruction of the senses like it is in your story. And first of all, we don't even know if this is, like, the good afterlife or the bad afterlife, or what it even is exactly. And it's weird because now it seemed to have like infected the counselor, the narrator. And so yeah, I just think it's super cool. I'm not gonna read part 3 right now. I just read parts 1 and 2. I do want to get into Fancy Phoenix, Fancy Phoenix story. I work at a number station, and I at least want to start his story. I think it is a bit longer, so I just want to at least get into part 1 of that. Um, and then I might come back and read part 3, or probably what I'll do is I'll wait till parts like 3 and 4 come out, unless part 3 is the final part. I'll wait till a few more parts come out, and then I'll read those, you know. But thank you so much for letting me read it, and thank you for stopping by my stream, man. I really appreciate it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't read it yet, so I'm looking forward to the number station. We'll get into it. I am gonna go grab likely going to be 5+ parts. See, perfect. And that's kind of what I was thinking, because each part was fairly short. So I was like, I've read the first 2 parts. I'll wait till maybe parts like 3 and 4 are out, and then I'll continue it. Have you I'll just call you Alpha because that's your YouTube name. But Alpha, have you been? Did you watch? Did you just get here, or did you watch me read your story? Well, anyways, it doesn't really matter. Okay, you just got here. Okay, well, you can rewind. Well, maybe not rewind the live back, but the VOD will be up. It doesn't go up right after I finish the live, but it will be up on my YouTube channel, and then you can watch. You can watch it back. So, yeah, don't worry about that. You can hear everything I say, but there was one other thing. Oh, maybe that was just one thing I was gonna mention about it, is that maybe you did this on purpose of not putting the names in, but I would kind of at least maybe like to know our narrator's name, if not the patient's name too. But maybe because it's like he's reaching out on Reddit, he's purposely not he's trying to be vague so that, it's not like, oh, I'm outing my patient, or I'm, saying this, but it's like I would, as we get more into the story, I would, we know the narrator has like tinnitus, like it said, a few other things about how like my parents went through a messy divorce, and I want to help other people work through the trauma. So we know why he kind of does what he does. But yeah, I was just hoping to maybe get a little bit more color um, on the narrator, and even the other person too. Like, we know that they were like, I haven't lived the best life, clearly, because I was drunk at 2 p.m. or whatever. But yeah, I am excited because I think it's such a cool concept that I do want to know a little bit more about the characters, which I'm sure in part 3, that's the next session. So I'm sure that it probably does do that already, but that's just one thing I was going to mention. It's not even a note really, because it's like the story's not done yet. So it's like I'm sure it will go there. It more was just something that it's like just something I was thinking about of like, oh man, I wish I knew what the narrator was called just so that I could articulate it better when I'm speaking about it. But that's, you know, that's my own issue. That's something I got to deal with. I could definitely flesh out the backstories a bit. Just hard to write that out without being, yeah, without it being a lore dump. But a good spot to. Yeah, no, and the story doesn't need it right now. It was more just like, yeah, it was even more just like when I'm talking about it, it's like, man, I wish I had a name to call the counselor. But again, that's like my own selfish reasoning because I'm like, I'm talking about it. You know, I want to know what his name is. I care about him. I care about the narrator. But yeah, anyways, doesn't matter. So here, real quick, we're gonna pause, Anson. We're gonna play a little off the record CreepCast. I'm gonna go grab a ginger ale, and then we're gonna get into I worked at a numbers station.
What we're going to do this week that's creepy. And I said, well, a lot of people have drawn you and I pregnant with each other. So that's why we're here now.
Really, it boils down to there is nothing scarier than our fans, is what we found. You scare us.
They should be assembled and I think put into camps, perhaps.
Okay, I don't know where we.
That's what you told me. That's what you told me to say. You told me to say that before we started.
What is the first thing who's the person and what are we watching here?
We're watching some videos.
God damn it.
Videos of it. Yeah, that's what you get. Yeah, call it terrible again. So we are going to go through a series of your all's filth that's been put out there. Now, this first one we're going to look at actually looks presentable, surprisingly, which means one of you probably didn't make it. It was probably an unrelated third party. Yeah. It's from Horror on the Rocks. I saw this on the subreddit. It says, Department of Containment Report, SCP Meat and SCP Wendigoon. And the description just says, are content creators SCPs? Which is a good question. So we're going to check. I've literally know what this is. It could be funny, could be scary, could be cool. I don't know. So then we're going to watch that. We're going to watch a few of your fan edits you've made and stuff, as horrific as that sounds. And then we are going to take a very brave and adventurous dive into the bowels of the subreddit to see what's happened.
I will say, I think, Isaiah, you need to be contained. You need to be secured and contained immediately. You scare me.
What did I do? What did I do?
I don't know, man. You freak me out sometimes, dude.
Okay, well, I'm not the one who randomly says things like you want to wear women's skin, or that.
All right, that's a fair argument. That's a fair
people that you come across randomly, or that you're terrified by social interaction.
That is true. All right, well,
I don't know which one of us is the scary one.
I'm not saying that I shouldn't be secured and contained as well, but I'm just saying you frighten me as well sometimes.
I should certainly be leashed. I know this.
All right.
It's not new to me.
Leashed. Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right, here we go.
They both should be secured and contained. Everyone should be secured and contained. Everyone should be cared for. All right. From Fancy Phoenix _YT. I worked at a number station and I'll never be the same. Part 1 of 2. I'm a journalist and I need your assistance with what will be my final story. Oh, let's get the music back on. Hold on. With what will be my final story. Explaining my background will give important insight on why I made the choices I made at the number station. But I want to respect your time. If you feel the need, feel free to skip ahead to when I first discovered the number station. I'll have it clearly marked. My name is Emma. I have always been a curious girl. When I was young, I took things apart to see how they worked, and I explored every inch of my hometown. But I was also an anxious people pleaser. So if I failed to put back together what I'd taken apart, I'd become a teary wreck. And every explorative journey I took had me compulsively scanning for no trespassing signs, not daring to set so much as a toe where I wasn't allowed. Whether these were faults or features, I learned to live with them. In my teenage years, with guidance from a therapist, I mastered both my anxiety and my curiosity. That natural curiosity transitioned smoothly into a degree and eventually a career in journalism. I was a star student. Seeking and sharing stories was as easy as rereading my favorite book, and almost as enjoyable. But that was then. Looking back, my childhood and adolescence have a dreamlike quality, familiar yet unreal. It was only a few years ago, yet the difference between the fresh college graduate Emma and the present day Emma feels like the product of decades. The young woman I was would be disturbed by the idea of turning into the woman I am now. Everyone told me I was lucky to get my first job out of college. And every time they'd say that, I'd respond with something like, "Are you sure it's luck? Or is it skill and good looks?" And I'd throw a wink on the end so they knew I didn't really mean it. While I wouldn't have gotten the job without the skills I cultivated in school, I was still very, very lucky. Getting into a top 10 market TV news station is a dream for many journalists, and getting into one straight out of college was rare. But I knew someone on staff, and several other journalists quit in a 1 week period. Right place, right time, and a great interview. Suddenly, I was on staff at Dallas news station, Market 5, and it wasn't even that far from my parents' house. I ruined it 6 months in. My first ever live shot came around, a really big moment in every journalist's career. I got into position, then my cameraman counted down from 5 on his fingers, and the tally light on the camera side lit up red. All I could manage were 3 shaky gasps, 2 whispered words, 1 tear rolling down my cheek. I had a panic attack, live on air. Luckily, the station's crew were professionals. They cut for me in less than 5 seconds, blaming a technical issue and continuing on with the show. But the damage was done. I quit the same week. I worked with great people at that Dallas station. Everyone knew that embarrassing mistakes were inevitable with live TV, but I just couldn't stand it. Every time I passed someone in the newsroom, every time someone made polite small talk, I wanted to shrivel up and disappear. A part of me knew that this shouldn't have been a big deal, but a much larger, less logical part of me was convinced that my coworkers saw me only worthy of pity. I wanted a fresh start, a do-over. I needed to run from the mess I made. That's when I saw the job posting that would change the course of my life. Weekend production director at a small TV station on the southern tip of Florida. It was quite a shift from what I was used to. I'd be part of the production team, so I'd be behind the camera instead of in front of it. But that's exactly what I needed. I'd secured a virtual interview within the week. Then I immediately started researching everything there was to know about the TV station. It turned out that the station was quite unique. While it had a smaller TV market population size than my previous station, it had nearly 3 times larger of a transmission range. Its tower had not only the largest broadcasting range in the state of Florida, but the largest broadcasting range in the United States. Ooh. But the most intriguing part wasn't the TV station itself, but what it used to be. It used to share the building with a number station during the Cold War. The world became littered with radio stations that would broadcast seemingly nonsensical numbers, noises, words. The purpose of these stations are still a mystery. The common consensus is that they were used for espionage in one way or another. Many of them have gone offline. Some are still running. This one was unique because the CIA actually admitted that they were involved in its creation. The government built it as a radio station in the 50s. The TV station grew out of it in the 70s, and the radio station ceased operation after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Then, after a FOI, a Freedom of Information Act, request in the 90s, the CIA released the records involving the former radio station. The records were a bit underwhelming. They stated that the random numbers that the station had broadcasted 24/7 for more than 30 years were, in fact, purely random, created to distract, confuse, and waste time Soviet spies in America States. The journalist in me wasn't buying it. It seemed like such a waste. All that effort to broadcast something that communicated nothing, and with no guarantee that it would actually distract anyone. But this is the CIA we're talking about. They've done plenty of stranger and more useless things. I nailed the interview. It was with an older guy that turned out to be my new boss. He seemed to like me a lot, even though I admitted I hadn't done any of the production side of news since college. When he asked when I'd like to start, he was thrilled to hear that I moved down there as soon as possible. My parents were less thrilled. While they were vocally supportive, I knew that they weren't excited about their little girl moving across country. Despite that, within 2 weeks, I'd moved to the southern tip of Florida. I'd successfully run from my embarrassment and was ready to start again. In all the hustle and bustle of moving, the odd history of my new work environment had slipped my mind. The original radio station building had been constructed in the 50s, and it was expanded into a TV station in the 70s. This culminated into a half-mid Oh, okay. Sorry. I needed to read that. This culminated into a half mid-century and half brutalist homunculus of a building. Despite its age, the building was clearly well maintained. The exterior was clean, and even the lawn seemed to receive a lot of care. My new coworkers fit the hodgepodge architecture perfectly. My boss, the anchors, the station engineer, the meteorologist, the station manager were all 50 to 70 years old, but the entire rest of the staff looked like they graduated college yesterday. Everyone I met was kind, but it seemed like everyone was in too much of a rush to make any sort of small talk with the new girl. My boss was the same way, all smiles, but he clearly wanted the tour to be over with as soon as possible. He led me through tight, winding corridors with too few windows, introducing me to reporters, anchors, and meteorologists, people who smiled at me over the walls of pale yellow cubicles. So, I'm gonna pause here because I naturally paused anyways. I like this story a lot so far, and what I like a lot that I think what the author did was kind of clever is they were like, this is just all my backstory of how I ended up at the number station, and you know, me being a journalist and me choking and all that stuff. But they're like, but you can skip it if you want and just come down to here, which I think is kind of cool. Obviously, you know, people read stories for different things. I like the whole picture, so I liked reading through that intro. But at the same time, you know, sometimes people just want to read the story to get to the end. You know, they want to know what happens, but they especially want to know the conclusion. And the way that this is setting up, it's kind of like there's a bit of a mystery element to it. And so I totally get why it's like, you can just skip to when I started the job at the new station. And this mystery of the number station, I think, is a cool, it's unique. I think it's a true thing, but I don't know. It might not be. I really don't know, but it's super. I assume it's based somewhat in reality, but yeah, it's super cool, and I like that we're getting kind of a mystery element. But, you know, she's a journalist. It's not a straight up like, I'm a cop investigating X and Y and Z. And so yeah, it's just fun, and I'm bought in, and yeah, that's all I can really say right now. Emma, right? Is that her name? Emma, yeah, okay. Present day Emma. So Emma, I'm excited to see Emma, you know, investigate what the number station is, or what it maybe was doing. And I'm wondering if this whole thing is like still active. You know, it's like, will she find out that it was a number station, or that it is still a number station, and like, is she gonna stumble onto some giant CIA operation that's going on, like, in this building or in the base? You know, like, is there gonna be some sort of a Men in Black moment where she gets dumped out of a chair and it goes down an elevator shaft 50 stories, and all of a sudden she's in some secret underground base? You know what I mean? It can go anywhere, and I think that's fun, and I think that that's a great kind of a setup for horror, but also a mystery, right? You don't want to feel like, you know, it's so much better to have this mystery where it's open-ended, where it's like, we know it was broadcasting these numbers, but they said it was for no reason, just to confuse people. But I don't know if I really buy that. It's so much better to have that be the opening than a mystery that's like, well, there's this dead body in this alley, and it's like, and now we got to learn, you know, who this person is and how they got there. That's interesting, but it's like we already know how it ended with being dead in an alley, you know. So yeah, so for a mystery, this is very fun. I'm very excited. I'm like, we get into some governmental conspiracy, some CIA, you know, it's gonna be some weird stuff, and so I'm bought in. And then a number station, I was almost like, are these numbers like, you know, is it gonna be, could it be some sort of thing where it's like the government, or the government at the behest of Lovecraftian gods, they're like, broadcast these numbers, and those numbers are going to determine who is going to die that day, or whatever it may be, or they're going to be the longitudes and latitudes of people that are just going to get wiped from existence. Like they're going to fall in, they're going to skip out or whatever it's called, and like fall into the back rooms, you know, shit like that. It could be anything. And I think that is really fun. And yeah, my mind's just already, you know, gone a lot of different directions. And that's fun about having like a mystery and open-ended horror like this, but it's also just the sign of a good setting, a good setup for a horror story. A setting can do a lot before your story even really starts. In my opinion, the story hasn't even really started yet, and that's fine. You know, it's going slower, it's taking its time. But you know, we've met her boss. She's explained the setting, but really everything other than some character development or character setting up stuff about Emma, we really haven't even gotten out of the setting yet. We're still just kind of setting up. You know, she's met her boss, he's an older guy. But other than that, like, we're still just in the very beginning of that setting. And that is good, that even though we're still in such an early stage of the story, already, you know, I can picture all the places that this story could go, you know. The new girl. People who smiled at me over the walls of pale yellow cubicle. My head was swimming with names by the time we made it to the station studio. It was the first truly modern looking space in the entire building. A clean modern set with high ceilings, classy anchor desk, and new digital cameras. Yes, see ya, Alpha. Thanks for stopping by. What's up, Boots, if you're still here? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Alpha. Watch the VOD. And yeah, your story kicked ass, so thank you. Thank you to anybody who's stopping by. Right now we're reading I Worked at a Number Station. And already, you know, things are getting a little wild. We know that the CIA used to broadcast random numbers. They said it was like a counterintelligence tactic, but we're not so sure. We think something fishier is going on. So let's see. Let's see what happens. My head would swim. Two digital cameras. I was then struck by whiplash when my boss walked me into the control room. And this will be where you make the magic happen, he said in an overly enthusiastic voice. Every production control room I'd seen in college had been a cramped room full of powerful servers, modern switchers, expensive audio boards, and flat screen TVs covering nearly every surface. But I'd stepped out of a modern studio and straight into a massive 70s control room. The multi-view wall of monitors was entirely composed of CRTs. The audio mixer was a slab of dials and sliders made before my parents were born. Seemingly endless server racks all just looked just as old. Despite the ancient tech, everything was well maintained and clean. It was like stepping through a portal to a time where all this tech was new. The only things breaking that illusion were a single modern server rack and a flat screen TV sitting above the door I'd just walked through. It had a cable box haphazardly velcroed to the side of it, and it was tuned to our channel. My boss was smirking as he said, I always love seeing people's first reaction to this room. Ain't it a thing of beauty? I installed some of this stuff myself back in the day. I couldn't help but smile back. Y'all really still use all this old stuff? I think some of this is older than my parents. My cheeks immediately reddened, and I started to fidget as I realized I just indirectly called my boss old. Before I could start apologizing, my boss let out a good-natured laugh and said, It's alright, dear. I know I'm old. You ain't offended nobody. He gestured around the room as he said, Yes, the majority of this tech is still in use. It's an old building, and this old tech just works better because of it. That excuse seemed strange considering how modern their studio was, but I wasn't about to question the man after my last social screw up. We did get a quick tour of the control room, and my boss gave a brief explanation of every device I'd be using. I recognized almost all the equipment, but all of it is much older than anything I'd trained with. The only piece of equipment that was truly a surprise was the massive liquid nitrogen tank that they used to cool the sprawling server farm. My brain was overflowing with too much new info by the time we reached the last spot on the tour, a curtained off section in the front corner of the control room. My boss reached to pull back the curtain and he said, This is Master Control. It's a new voice cut him off. It's a cool name for a boring job. The pulled back curtain had revealed the speaker. He was a guy my age with thick glasses and a bored expression. He continued, I program when TV shows and commercials run. It's basically just a fancy Spotify cue. My boss grimaced at that explanation, but all he said in reply was, This is Henry. Our evening master control operator. Henry, this is Emma. I reached my hand out for a handshake, but Henry had already turned away to look at the monitor. So my hand just sat in the air awkwardly for a second before I blushed, sheepishly returned it to my side. My boss and I were walking away when Henry pulled back the curtain again and shouted after me, "Hey, you know what this place used to be, right?" I knew all about the station's history, but he was clearly genuinely excited about telling me. So all I said was, "I think it was a radio station." Henry's eyes lit up and his words flooded out. "Not just a radio station, it was a Cold War number station. See, I used this place to freak out the Soviets. The feds gave the station up in the 90s, said they stopped transmitting the numbers and didn't need the place anymore. But I think that's bullshit. I think the numbers are still it." Henry, my boss's voice wasn't angry, but it was stern. "I've told you time and time again, watch your language while at work." The excitement behind Henry's eyes washed away. "Sorry, sir." Henry dropped the curtain and was once again hidden from sight. I made a mental note to ask Henry to finish what he was saying later. I wasn't nearly as interested in the history of this place as he was, but I was new and needed to make friends, and he clearly wanted someone to talk to. The rest of the day was just as overwhelming and fast-paced as the tour. The evening production team arrived a few minutes after my tour had ended. That team included 2 production assistants and the evening production director, who would be training me. I got to see my new team run 4 flawless newscasts that night, and I drove home at 11 p.m., completely overwhelmed but excited for the next day. My second day on the job was filled with a lot of training, but one thing worthy of note happened. Henry was offered a master control position in West Virginia. He was gone before my 3rd day. Aw, what? I didn't think anything of it at the time. Small market TV stations like this had a lot of turnover. They hire college grads with no experience. Those grads get experience, get the experience they need, and then move on to bigger and better things, which explains the weird age composition of the station. Of course, with the benefit of hindsight, the timing of Henry's job offer was way too convenient. For his sake, I hope the station got rid of him before he learned too much. So yeah, I mean, there has been a few little hints earlier and stuff, but now I'm definitely getting, I definitely think this station's still running. It's not just that, oh, what it used to do was a secret and we don't want anyone finding out the secret, but if he was transferred out that quickly, that implies that there's still something going on at this station, and I'm just waiting for her to find the secret passageway that leads to it, or hear or see something else that clearly indicates that there's more going on here than newscasts and commercials and shit like that. I was the weekend production director at my station. I worked Wednesday to Sunday, 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. It was hard and stressful work. constant staffing shortages making things even more difficult. At first, I was worried my anxiety would ruin things for me. After all, I was in charge of a live TV newscast. I had to instruct our in-studio cameraman, I had to coordinate live shots, I had to lead our entire control room staff, and so much more. All that while operating a switcher, a device with nearly 100 buttons. Each press would switch the feed to a different camera, or pull up a graphic, or start a commercial break. I couldn't talk into a camera lens without having a breakdown. How could I manage all of this? How could I manage all this? The answer was simple. I wasn't alone. I led an incredible team, and they had my back in the chaos. It was a rush when the team that I'd led and trained would navigate the chaos on live TV flawlessly. Despite everything that happened to me at that station, I still have fond memories of that team. Everything started to go wrong when the hurricane hit. 1 week before the hurricane, our evening director, the guy who trained me, quit, which meant I got a promotion. Naturally, that promotion didn't come with a pay raise, just came with extra work. And the cherry on top was that there was nobody to fill my weekend director job. So I was now working Monday through Saturday, with our morning director working both Sunday evenings and Monday mornings. It was a brutal schedule. I was working a minimum of 48 hours a week, usually significantly more due to the fact that it was hurricane season. Whenever there's a chance of severe weather, our station requires at least one director and one meteorologist to be in the building at all times. So whenever the weather was bad, I'd be working from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. since I couldn't leave till our morning director was there to take over. Stressful job, understaffed, extra responsibilities, 6-day work weeks, 12-hour work days. I was feeling great. Despite all the overtime, I am very proud of my severe weather coverage. It's the only part of the job that had a tangible, positive impact on people's lives. Real-time updates from local meteorologists can save lives, and I was the one delivering that to our viewers. Then a Category 4 hurricane hit us. Those real-time updates were more important than ever. All station personnel were evacuated, except for me and our lead meteorologist. Together, we fought through the heart of a hurricane to keep people informed. Power was out in the city, roads were flooded, trees and homes were blowing away, but our building's location on a hill, sandbags, backup generator kept us on the air. I'd been at the station for at least 14 hours, and we were live on air for 10 hours straight. I didn't even go home after we finally returned to normal programming. I just shuffled off to my desk and slept right there in my office chair at the station. I was awoken all too soon by an entirely too cheerful voice. "Hey Emma, you're here early." The new weekend production assistant didn't seem to understand how waking someone who'd worked 14 hours, barely slept, might be a bad idea. I groaned and cracked my eyes open, checking my phone for the time. It was 1 p.m. on a Saturday. I'd slept straight through the morning shift. The morning crew had come and gone, and they had the common sense not to wake me, but the new PA didn't. I turned away from her in my chair. I pulled my hoodie down over my face and didn't even try to hide my frustration as I said, "Tabitha, leave me alone and let me sleep. Got 3 hours till our next show. Don't wake me till 15 minutes before." "Okie dokie," she chimed, oblivious to how loud she was being. She didn't even let me sleep another 10 minutes before she woke me once more. Hey, there's a weird noise in the control room. Do you know what's going on with that? Fuck you. What is her name? Tabitha? Fuck you, Tabitha. I love this. I mean, PA, it's a shit job, but I love that in this story, like, you're supposed to hate her, you know? It's like, oh yeah, I just held down the station through a freaking hurricane, was up for 14 hours, clearly just sleeping at my desk. Oh, and there's a weird noise? Oh, there's a weird noise in the aftermath of a hurricane? Oh yeah, Tabitha, don't you think that that's something that maybe could possibly happen? I snapped my eyes open and glared death at her. She either didn't understand or didn't care. She just kept on staring at me, waiting for a response. I practically growled the next sentence. There are 100 servers. There are 100. I think it meant to say hundreds, but there are 100 of servers, hundreds of fans, a liquid nitrogen tank, and shitloads of other old tech. Weird noises are normal. Tabitha was determined to ruin my rest. I was just worried because of the hurricane, you know? Something might have broken in there. Much to my dismay, she made a good point. There's no chance that the building wasn't damaged in some way or another. The control room might have a leak or something. I sighed and forced myself to stand up, feeling 20 years older than my actual age. I followed Tabitha to the control room. She stopped just inside the doorway and said, "There, don't you hear that?" I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The dimly lit room was always noisy. Dozens of CRT monitors gave off their normal chorus of hums. The light on their screens, the only major light source, and the cacophony of a dozen other varieties of machines all faded into background noise the longer you were there. Before I could respond, her arm shot out and she pointed into the endless server racks. "There, I think it's coming from that way." And she was off into the maze of servers. I was slowly walking up as I followed behind Tabitha. The light coming off of the CRTs didn't penetrate very far into the server farm, so we were forced to navigate purely by the light of hundreds of tiny, colorful LEDs that littered the old servers. I never had any need to go this far into the server racks before. Between the darkness, the low ceiling, and the narrow space between racks, I couldn't help but compare it to a cave. It seemed that very few of the servers back here were still in use, because it gradually got darker and dustier. I made sure to keep close to Tabitha as we approached the other side of the server farm. It was so dark by the time we reached the back wall that I nearly ran into it face first. I had to swing my arms up to catch myself against the wall, and I was shocked how much give the wall had to. From what I could see of it, in the dark, it looked just like the rest of the station's walls, yet it was so flimsy I'd hesitate to lean on it. I jumped a little as Tabitha's voice rang out. "Hear it now? It's off to the left. It sounded like a kid who was trying to show her parents a cool bug she found. What? Oh, it's off to the left. She sounded. Sorry. I read it sounded. Hear it now? It's off to the left. She sounded like a kid who's trying to show her parents a cool bug she found. Listening closely, I finally heard what she was talking about. There was a rhythmic buzzing coming from my left side. 3 long buzzes, then a pause, then repeated. Wordlessly, I ran my hand along the wall and walked towards sound. We'd gone about 10 feet before my hand caught on something. Squinting and feeling around, I recognized it as a door. Buzzing was significantly louder now. With my hand on the door, I could feel the vibration of the buzz. I could feel the vibration that the buzz was causing. The investigative reporter side of me was in full control by now. I tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't turn. A quick tug told me that it was a cheap lock on the doorknob itself. There was no deadbolt, and the door felt as flimsy as the wall had. I turned towards Tabitha. She was no more than a hint of a silhouette in the darkness. You have your purse? Mine's at my desk. She tilted her head to the side. She responded, Yeah, I have it, but what for? I could still feel the vibrations through the door. I could barely contain my excitement and curiosity at this point. Let me have your credit card for a second. This is locked and I want to try to get it open. I expected her to question me or object, but instead she quickly dug through her purse and handed over her credit card. At least, Tabitha, at least you're annoying, but you're not so prissy that you're like, I'm not giving you my credit card. You might be a scammer, you know? Because right now, Tabitha has been so annoying up to this point that I'm like, of course she's going to be like a stick in the mud. She's going to be like, let's walk into this dark, creepy server farm cave to find the buzzing noise. And then like the second that Emma shows any like interest or like needs something from her, she's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But no, like that would be ridiculous, or that would be funny if she was like that. But at least she's down. At least she's, you know, she's been an annoying sidekick up to this point, but now, you know, she's showing some mettle, which is good. I could still feel the vibrations through the door. I could barely contain my excitement. Oh shit. The gap between the door and its frame was pretty wide, and with how much give the flimsy door had, I was able to slide the card between the latch bolt and the door frame. The door popped open a couple inches as I pulled, only to get caught on the ground. Over the years, the door must have sagged, and now it scraped the ground as I tried to open it all the way. From the other side of the door, the dim red light pulsed in time with the buzzing. I handed Tabitha back her card, both of us now illuminated by a pulsing, ghoulish red glow. Neither of us spoke as I turned back to the door and yanked it open. There was an awful scraping sound, wood against concrete, as the old saggy door protested. I was able to get it about halfway open before it was stuck entirely. But that was wide enough for my purposes. I took a tentative step through the door, placing my foot carefully as if the floor might give way. Tabitha joined me as soon as I made room for her, and together we observed our unfamiliar surroundings. The room was small, about the size of a walk-in closet. It smelled of dust and stagnant water. To our right was a growing puddle, a drip from the ceiling slowly feeding it. Directly in front of us was an old desk, with nothing but a thick layer of dust and a bulky old corded phone sitting on top it. Finally, to our left was a massive metal door. It was so large and out of place it was almost startling. My first thought upon seeing it was that it looked like a tornado shelter, since it was at a 45-degree angle pointing downward. This is Florida. They don't build downward. Nobody has shelters like these. Nobody even builds basements. I didn't think about that. I was like, why wouldn't they build a shelter from the storms? But that makes sense because of flooding. They have tornado shelters in the Midwest. Not in Florida. They don't have basements in Florida, I guess, because flooding. Nobody even builds basements, and if they were to build basements, I doubt the doors would have been this heavily reinforced. It looked like a bank vault door, and just like the rest of the room, it was covered in a thick layer of dust and illuminated by a pulsing red light. The red light was located on the wall just above the metal door, and right next to that was the source of the buzzing. It was a mangled old speaker. A chill ran up my spine when I realized that the speaker had been undamaged. We'd been hearing that the speaker had been undamaged. We'd been hearing a deafening alarm, not a garbled buzzing. I whirled around to try to see Tabitha's reaction, but she wasn't looking at the door or the speaker. She was staring at the phone on the desk and the blinking white light next to the receiver. Was it blinking like that when I walked in? Tabitha gave me a worried look, and I hesitantly picked up the receiver and held it to my ear. She let out and hesitantly picked up and held to her. She let out a barely audible "Hello?" As she listened, I was suddenly aware of how on edge I was. I hadn't noticed till now, but I had been tugging at the ends of my hoodie sleeves. My restlessness only intensified as I studied Tabitha's face. After 5 agonizing seconds, she finally looked back at me and said, "I think it's a recording, but I can't understand it exactly. It's garbled and quiet." She started to pass the receiver over to me, and I snatched it a little bit too quickly. Garbled was an understatement. There was white noise and distortion. Also seemed like it might have been 2 recordings playing at the same time. Each was a feminine voice. One was repeating the same phrase over and over again. And the other, "Are those numbers?" Tabitha only shrugged in my response to the question. I continued on. "I think one of the voices is repeating something about emergency maintenance." Trying to understand the 2 distorted voices speaking at the same time was giving me a headache. I placed the handset back onto the desk and tried my best to sound calm as I said, Clearly there's water damage here, and who knows what else. We need to call the station engineer. I've got his number at my desk. Let's head there and we can tell him about..." Tabitha cut me out. "You go ahead. I'm going to see if I can figure out what the voice is saying. If it's talking about maintenance, then it's also probably describing the problem." It was sound logic, and my curiosity was giving way to fear. "Alright, I'll be at my desk." I tried to look confident as I shuffled back through the door into the server farm. But as soon as I was out of sight, I ran back through the darkness all the way out to my desk. Our engineer's name was William. He was at least 70 years old, and I think he used to be in the military. I say I think because he never told me anything about himself. Never told me a thing about himself. Whenever we talked, he would only communicate in angry looks and one-word answers to questions. I hate calling people on the phone in general, but I really hated the idea of calling this grouchy old man and asking him to come into work on the weekend. William answered his phone with an irritated, "Yeah?" I didn't even get all the way through explaining the situation. All I said was, "Tabitha heard a buzzing coming from the far end of the server farm," before he interrupted, "Be there in 10, and hung up. William didn't even look at me as he passed me on the way to the control room. I practically had to jog to keep up with the tall man. I started up my explanation of what had happened, but he cut me off as quickly as he had before. "Wait here." I did as I was told. He clearly didn't care what I had to say, and I didn't want to go back there again anyway. After a minute or so, Tabitha was similarly sentenced to wait outside the control room. When I saw she had an angry frown on her face. Why is he mad at me? It's not like I caused the hurricane to set off that dumb alarm. That's when I noticed that this bubbly, chipper, over-eager girl was doing her best to hold back tears. All my frustrations with her from earlier melted away. She could be annoying and imperceptive, but she was on my team. I didn't want her to feel bad just because William was a grouch. I did my best to comfort her. He'll really talk your ear off, huh? Does he actually use words or just angry grunts? It wasn't a very witty response, but Tabitha's smile told me that it had done the job just fine. She gave a weak laugh and said, "It was grunting, growling, and fist shaking." I returned her smile and she continued in a more subdued tone. He seemed upset that I was still listening to the phone. He didn't let me explain that I was only doing that because I wanted to help. I nodded sympathetically and guided the conversation away from William. Tabitha and I were talking about what she was doing during the hurricane when William finally left the control room. He looked over to us and without breaking his stride, he muttered, "Water damage, tripping an alarm on the old system. Fixed now. Do not go back there without permission." Right as he was about to turn the corner, Tabitha shouted after him, "What the heck was that room anyways?" William just continued around the corner, acting as though he hadn't heard. Tabitha lowered her voice and spoke to the spot where William had been a few minutes before. "Thanks, William. Eloquent as ever." It appeared that William's fix was just unplugging a few things. Flat screen TV we had tuned to our channel was now missing its power cable. The only modern looking server rack in the entire building was now sitting there silently. But it must have done the job because Tabitha claimed to no longer hear the noise. Maybe my boss was right, and new tech just doesn't work as well in this building. Tabitha's day didn't get any better from there. She was in charge of audio and she kept messing up the entire day. She turned off her reporter's mic too early, so it cut off the last words of his sentence. Another time she completely missed a music cue. making a transition to break really awkward. She even turned on a completely wrong microphone during an anchor read, so when our anchor was reading off food donation locations, we instead got to hear a random field reporter's bad flirting with the girl he was about to interview. Tabitha was normally pretty good at rolling with the punches and keeping a cool head, but by the end of the day, she was shouting and cursing after every screw up. It's the damn rundown. The newsroom keeps changing it on me. The rundown is basically a script for the newscast. For our station, each member of the production team had an iPad with the rundown on it. It was all synced across all of the devices so we were all on the same page. So what Tabitha was claiming wasn't true. If the rundown were really changing mid-show, then the entire team would see it change. But that's not the sort of thing you tell a livid PA when you still got 15 minutes left in the show. She clocked out and left the building as quickly as she could that night. No doubt she was embarrassed by the whole situation. She probably didn't want a chance of running into the reporter she accidentally broadcasting flirting with this interviewee. I couldn't have been more tired. I had worked through the hurricane coverage, slept at the station, found that creepy room, and then fought through 4 awful shows. It was all weighing heavily on me. Luckily, I had my one-day weekend tomorrow, and I was looking forward to staying in bed and watching Hawaii Five-0 all day. Tabitha had Monday and Tuesdays off, so the next time I'd see her would be Wednesday. But you might be able to guess, Tabitha never came in that day. When I asked my boss about her, he said that she'd quit. No 2-week notice, no explanation given. Tabitha got murked. She got disappeared by the creepy military engineer guy. For sure. Tabitha's for sure a dead woman. Yeah. I just have to say, we get the creepy room and the creepy bomb shelter door thing. And although that isn't that much, and we get the whole thing about the CIA numbers thing, I'm enjoying this because I'm enjoying like learning about like the news broadcast sort of thing, and I'm interested in, Tabitha heard the numbers, but she also heard the woman's voice saying, something is wrong or some sort of thing. Hey, hi, Stella. Hey, hi, Stella, babe. Hey, hi, my name is Stella. I want to read a story. Yeah, and so I'm enjoying, it's such kind of a unique place for a creepy hidden room and all this stuff I'm enjoying this whole, there's some sort of infrastructure that's designed to, I don't know, like maybe not keep people out, but maybe there's like this monster or whatever is in here. They're taking these numbers and, who knows, these like there might be a oracle or something, and if these numbers stop being broadcast, the world ends. There was that one movie where it was like, I think it was called like The Knowing or something, where they write all these numbers and then like there's EE at the end and they're like, what does E mean? And and it's like me, like everyone else, and the numbers are like all the dates of every like major tragedy like in the world. So it's like, 416, 2,700 people die in this earthquake, and then it's like, 524, and it's just like that. And it all correlates, and you figured out that I don't even remember who wrote the numbers, but it's like, oh, every single major tragedy has been predicted since the beginning of time. And then the numbers stop, and it just has not a number but the letters E. And it's crazy, and you're like, what does that mean? And it's like, oh, on this day the world's gonna end. And then that's just how the movie ends. It's like a solar flare or something happens. It's like it kills everyone, and so I'm thinking that this station has that sort of a level of significance just by the fact that the government seems to used to run it, and then they still do run it. However, I don't know why then they would just hire a regular person. I'm thinking that, like, I don't know. There's clearly a lot going on. And clearly they're trying to get rid of people that know too much. But yeah, it's fun, right? It's a fun build up, and it's a very unique setting for this sort of a conspiracy mystery, At a news station or TV station, you wouldn't think that, like, oh, that's a good place to hide a conspiracy. But then at the same time, you're like, well, at a news station, there are a lot of secrets. Or at like a TV studio, there probably is a lot of spooky, dicey shit that goes down that people don't necessarily talk about, So there is maybe a culture of like silence and stuff, that's kind of fun to play with, and I think that's what our author's doing. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm enjoying it. There is a little bit of like, well, I'm like, I'm almost through part 1 now. It's like I want to know more, but at the same time, I don't think, like, I think the story is good because it's taking its time. I think that if she had already like found out what's being hidden behind the door or what the numbers mean, it probably wouldn't be as satisfying. So I'm liking the pacing in that regard. I think it's benefiting the story. But yeah, those are just a few thoughts that I'm having right now, but let's keep getting into it. No explanation given. No 2 weeks notice, no explanation given. I left my boss's office in a state of shock. Then that shock morphed to frustration. She knew how short-staffed we were and how much her leaving would affect the rest of the team. Why would she just leave? Did she think one bad day was worth giving up over? My frustration was short-lived. By the time I walked back to my desk, I'd grown more worried than angry. Had something happened to her? Was there a family emergency? And she had to move back home? Normally these would be valid explanations. But in my gut, I knew that there wasn't a normal explanation for this. It was the room with the metal door and the old phone. It must have had something to do with Tabitha's sudden departure. Did they fire her because she went in there? William never gave me a chance to explain that I went in there with her. Maybe I'd be fired too if I'd told. Did she hear something she wasn't supposed to on the phone? Was there some old secret that she heard that the company wanted covered up? Quietly firing someone as a cover up is something I could see station management doing. Or maybe my boss was telling the truth and she wasn't fired. Maybe whatever she heard on the phone caused her so much distress that she would rather quit than come back to work. My journalist brain was taking over again. I was distracted all day, which led to some dumb mistakes during my shows. There were simple mistakes. They were simple mistakes that weren't too unusual, but they were just enough that I had to stay late that night to write discrepancy paperwork. Soon I was the only person left in the building. I submitted my paperwork, and before I'd even consciously made the decision, I was walking back to the control room. I had the forethought to bring my phone with me this time, and I used its weak flashlight to guide me back along the same route Tabitha and I had walked a few days before. Having a light wasn't as much of a comfort as I'd hoped. It only made me feel more alone. The further I progressed, the dustier it became. And as the dust built, the expansive yet claustrophobic server farm got quieter and darker. The servers that filled the room went from being pillars of light and mechanical noise to nothing more than dark looming shadows. I reached the end of the maze and once again rested my hand on the flimsy wall. I listened for the death rattle of the broken alarm, but it had gone silent. I walked a few feet down the wall until my phone's flashlight illuminated the door that hid what had been occupying my thoughts. At some point since the last time I visited someone had hung a sign on the door. It read, "Do not enter. In the event of an emergency, contact Engineer William." Then I noticed something on the door frame. It was a large sticker about the size of a license plate. It was stuck just above the doorknob and it spanned the gap between the door frame and the door. The door couldn't be opened without cutting or removing it. I read some of the text on the sticker and laughed. It was a warning about parking in a spot without paying for a parking pass. I'd once gotten a similar one stuck to my window while in college. Damn thing left residue that I couldn't get out of my window for a full semester. Clearly the whole setup with the sign and the sticker was a ramshackle way to dissuade anyone else from entering the room that lay beyond. Part of me still wanted to enter and investigate, but I couldn't do that without leaving evidence of my espionage. I couldn't help but be disappointed. My instincts told me that whatever had happened to Tabitha had something to do with what was on the other side of this door. Yet my answers were blocked by a thin sheet of paper. With no other options left to me, I did the only thing I could think of. I rested my ear against the door and closed my eyes. I sat listening for 30 seconds or so, hearing nothing but my own breath and distant sounds of control room equipment. I was about to leave when I finally heard it. A feminine voice, too quiet to make out any words. To this day, I'm not sure whether there was anything in that room playing audio. It could have been that I just sat in silence long enough that my brain filled the silence with something. But what I do know for certain is that it doesn't matter one way or the other. If I'd really heard something or if I just convinced myself I had. Either way, it held my entire attention for that minute or so. And that's all I needed. Okay. Well, it's a fun cliffhanger. I do just wish it maybe said what the voice was. Yeah, or what the, because before they heard it on like a receiver, on like a phone, and so I'm thinking that this is a different voice or maybe it's the same one. But I wish a little bit more information was dripped out because we really didn't get much from the phone earlier. So I mean, it's a good ending there. It's a good cliffhanger ending, but I would have liked maybe a little bit something extra just because, like, yeah, it's like it was enough that I had to investigate. But I don't know. I think that ending could have been a little punchier if it just had like and it said like, I don't know what, but it's like something about what the numbers mean or something that hints to why this room is so dangerous or why, it's so mysterious, that sort of a thing. But so far, really fun, cool setting. I really like this setting for a mystery. I'm just kind of scrolling through part 2 here, see how long it is. It does seem shorter, but also I like that our investigator Emma is, being somewhat careful, and that she didn't just immediately break through the tape and is like, I'm going in there. Or I think she's trying to be smart about this, and I do think it's worth maybe like trying to figure out if Tabitha just completely disappeared. She's the one guy got transferred out, he got another job, but he didn't just disappear off the face of the earth that we know of. I do think it's worth seeing, it may be worth like making some phone calls or maybe looking into, did Tabitha just fall off the face of the earth? Because that'll give her an idea of how much she can risk. Is she just gonna get fired if she goes in this room, or is she gonna get black bagged and taken to Guantanamo? But I really like it. I am definitely gonna read part 2 of I Worked at a Number Station, because I just need more. I have to say my favorite thing about it is probably the setting. The character of Emma is fine too, and even Tabitha, but I really think that, our setting is so much fun. This is a great beginning, and I just can't wait to see where it goes. With and that's just with this story. Really quick, I want to do recap the TJ Schultz story. I'm definitely gonna get into part 3 of that on my next stream here, but I gotta wind down because I gotta work tonight, folks. I can't just keep powering through. My favorite thing about this one is just the dynamic between the counselor and the patient and the whole how that's kind of becoming flip-flopped, and the fact that, you know, the patient, it kind of, I don't know if it's an illness, but it gave this whatever ethereal, you know, syndrome to the counselor. And I think that's really fun. And I also like how weird and experimental it is with the senses. I think that is super fun. And then in the first story we read, I sleep with my window closed now. What just a simple, fun, like Pitiful Scream said, take on a classic creepypasta. And just kind of a poignant story about you know, grief, and how there's right ways to grieve and there's wrong ways to grieve, and how grief can completely like stalk you and kind of invade your life, your whatever. It can paralyze you. Just a great story too, and like he said, it's a take on a classic, and it does do so many of the classic creepypasta things in a fun way. And yeah, so these are, you know, these are three amazing, all of these, like hat off to all writers, you know, Pitiful Scream 97, TJ Schultz 61, and Fancy Phoenix. Hats off to all you guys, because literally all these have been fun, all are super unique in their own way, and I just look forward to reading more and kind of, you know, diving deeper and maybe reading some of your other work. And it just goes to show, like, these are the fun, this is the cool shit that the CreepCast community is making. And whether that's the regular CreepCast subreddit, whether that's CreepCast submissions, there's a lot of good shit out there. And I know that, you know, there's been a lot of talk on the Reddit about, there's a lot of shit posting, and there's a lot of, you know, people being like, I don't like how there's so many stories all the time. But the fact of the matter is, and I just kind of want to leave my stream on this note, is like, that's any community, or that's any where on the internet, right? It can't be all of things that just you like, or it can't be, you know, everything can't appeal to everyone all the time, or to just one person. You know, that is what makes communities beautiful, is the diversity, is the all the great stories, or all the shitty, you know, stories. That's one of the reasons we love creepypastas, right? Is not just because I agree that there shouldn't be people like just posting AI whatever garbage, but that is why we love creepypastas, because some of them are just like teenagers or people learning how to write and just throwing it up, and people fall in love with them for whatever reason, because they're cringy and funny, which we didn't read any of those stories today. But, you know, it doesn't mean, you know, that they don't have their place. They all have their place, and hopefully, you know, the CreepCast subreddit, just at large, can, people can get a little bit better at curating and we can have just the funny memes and the cool art, but as well, like, but also have some little meme stories, and then some serious stories that people pour their heart and soul into. You know, I think we can have all of these things, and I just think it's a matter of, if we want the subreddit to, you know, be more vibrant and, you know, more of this and less of this, well, then we have to participate in it, and we have to work to make it the way that we want it to be. And so I'll also, I just wanted to say that. I wanted to thank all the authors for letting me read their stuff. And then I also want to say that if you are a writer, if you are somebody who's thinking about writing, please, 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 not only write and post, but also read other people's stories and upvote and comment and you know, share ideas. If you're thinking about a story, you know, whatever, use the writers room parts of Reddit, because there are those chats now and stuff on the sub and on the Discord where, you know, talk with people. And please read, you know, if you post a story, please read and comment or upvote on at least a couple other stories. That is going to help the whole community be stronger, and we're going to curate stories. And there's so much talent, so many of the stories that I read or look at have something that is awesome or that is like unique and fun. And it's just a matter of us, you know, rising tide lifts all boats. And, you know, it's a matter of us doing that for each other. And, you know, the same goes for artists. The same goes for, you know, joke posts. It's like, it's all great when there's a post that we all love, but let's not miss the 10 other really funny posts because there's just one that's really funny. Upvote that one, but upvote some other ones too. And that is how we build, you know, that's how we build a vibrant, fun community. Yeah, there are such good stories on the CreepCast subreddit. Such good story. I've been reading, and I've been doing this on YouTube just recently, but I was doing this on Twitch before. I've been doing this for a while. I have read a lot of good stories. A lot that, you know, kind of blew me away in terms of, like their tone. Like some were so, I remember the one, I forget what the author's name was, but it was so like, it almost just reminded me of like an old folk tale. Like it was so haunting, and like, you know, it's like your grandpa told you it around the fire. Like even with the language it used, it sounded older and stuff like that. And there's such a diversity of talent on this subreddit that and in the CreepCast community that be a part of it, help mold it, help shape it, help grow it. You know what I mean? And that is how you continue to creep the fuck out of your cast. And that is what we're all about. That's what I'm trying to do anyways. But anyways, enough of my soapbox. Enough of my stream for the night. I need to go to sleep because I work in 6 hours or so. But I go to work tired so that I can read awesome stories from you guys. So thank you. Adios. I am out of here. I'm going to end it, and I need to go to the bathroom. So adios. Thank you for stopping by. Stay red. Get dead. I don't know. I'm trying to make up some things to say when I stop streaming. That one popped in. That one just popped in my head. Stay red, get dead. Popped in my head. Adios. Of course, rude dude. See ya, man. Later.